Order, order. Madam Speaker, I here bring forth to you the Speaker, the President of the Children's Parliament, and the Deputy President. All rise.
Greetings to you all honorable members. Can we have a silent prayer or moment of silence? Thank you. You may occupy your seats, honorable members. The next item on the order paper is obituaries and other ceremonial matters. Can I request the House to observe a moment of silence in remembrance of all the victims of gender-based violence who have passed away in our country? Can you all stand up and have a moment of silence? May their soul rest in peace. Thank you. You may sit down, honorable members. The next item on the order paper is announcements by the Speaker. I would like to welcome all the honorable members to this sitting of Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. I would also like to welcome all the dignitaries, the Deputy Ministers of Social Development, Speaker of KZN Legislature, MEC for Social Development in KZN, Chairperson of the KZN Legislature, Quality of Life Standing Committee, members of the KZN Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The next item on the order paper is orders of the day, and the first item in this regard, report back on the activities by the 2018 ambassadors during their tenure. The first speaker to speak in this regard is Honorable Member Anati Pagata from Eastern Cape, who has 3 minutes.
Honorable Madam Speaker, dignitaries, and fellow excellencies, Botani Mawetu. On the podium is Anati Pagada, head ambassador of the Eastern Cape Province, Stawe Snoboya, Ponde Nomwangalala. By forming a tripartite alliance with Umtapo, Servisa, and Kula, a one-on-one platform with children was created at the local level. As a leader, I was running at a shortage of backup from various stakeholders, and I had to be firm and reclaim that I am the ambassador. Furthermore, shaking hands with influential stakeholders and holding discussional caucuses that I did enjoy as the child ambassador. Being an ambassador is not about yourself at all, but about that little effort you make to create change in somebody else's life. And trust me, being an ambassador will indeed humble you. Now, coming all to new ambassadors, a lot has been said. We need now a revolution to maintain our own social hegemony. This is not what Tata Nelson Mandela strived for. We, honorable parliamentarians, we need to close and lock the Republic of South Africa and just throw away the key. As an ambassador, I tried to change the world around me, but I failed. And then came to my community, but I also failed. And then as a last attempt, I tried my family, but I also failed as well. Only if I had begun to change myself first would I then be able to change the world around me. Then come to change my community, then my family members. So change all begins with you. Without any further ado, Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call upon our second speaker, Matepo Mholo from the Free State Province, and he also has 3 minutes.
A very pleasant day to the House at large. My name is Matsego Moholo and I come from all the way from the Free State. When I was appointed as the 2018 Free State Child Ambassador, I was elated. Not only because I was going home with the title, but because I knew that a true leader is she who does her duties diligently and with integrity, and I was willing to do so. A week after an inauguration ceremony for the parliamentarians and I had my hands on deck. I launched a dialogue about ways to reduce substance abuse. It was convened with the purpose of reducing the high rate of substance abuse, knowing the effect it has on one's health and raising awareness on its dangers. And with the help of the 2016 Free State Child Ambassador, it turned out to be successful. On the 22nd of February 2019, the child ambassadors from more than 9 provinces, along with the Efeng Bacha members, gathered at Batchwood Hotel in Oratamo Conference Center for the drafting of the first South African Children Manifesto. We addressed issues that affected us as children and what we demand from the government. On the 13th of April, I convened a meeting with the help of my educators, whereby learners from different schools gathered together with the police, nurses, and social workers to discuss our safety as children and how to protect ourselves from forming part of notorious gangs and negative things as we grow older. Because my school has a hostel for both primary and high school learners, and because the leisure areas surrounding it are not fully safe as there are obstacles, I figured out it would have been wise to clean the school and hostel surroundings to serve for 67 minutes of Nelson Mandela Day. And by enlisting the help of 2 leadership organizations at my school, the day turned out to be successful. Being an ambassador has been an incredible milestone in my life. It helped me to get a scholarship in the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls.
Honorable Member, you have a minute to wrap up.
And earlier this year, I was tasked to extend gratitude to the Minister of Education in the Free State, Mr. Tate Mahwe, for building toilets and computer labs in my school. My experience as a child ambassador has taught me that you cannot call yourself a leader if you cannot humble yourself before people. To the 2019 ambassadors, I wish you all a phenomenal journey. Not everybody will be happy for you. However, taking the negative things into consideration will only hold you back. With that said, perform your duties with utmost passion, as not everybody gets an opportunity like this. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now move to our third speaker, Jade Naidu from the Gauteng province, and she also has 3 minutes.
Greetings to the protocol observed, and most importantly, to our honorable members of the Children's Parliament. My name is Jade Naidu, and I am the 2018 Ambassador of Gauteng. We as the province of Gauteng have been involved in the program directing of the 2019 South African Children's Manifesto, where we reviewed issues such as child survival, child protection, and various other aspects. Gauteng representatives attended the commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the UNCRC at the National Assembly in Cape Town. Although we have participated in various events, my greatest experience will remain the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament 2018, as it empowered me to stand before you today to speak as a proudly South African, not because I am fond of our mistakes of yesterday, but because I am aware of the prosperity our country holds tomorrow. Who are we? Does what we say matter? Does what we do matter? Are we here today to say what our officials want to hear, or are we here today to stand for what we truly believe in? Are we here to impress and do what is expected, or are we here to voice our opinions? Well, today, I stand for the last time as an ambassador, and I question the importance of our constitution. I question our procedures. And why is that? Because when our fellow parliamentarians presented the Children's Manifesto, only one member from one political party had bothered to show up. And what bothers me is that out of all the political parties invited, only one had showed. So I ask again, who are we? Does what we say matter? Do we hold any importance? Because frankly, if we truly held the importance we were told, we would be living in a better tomorrow today. Lastly, addressing the newly elected ambassadors. A seed is not planted to remain a seed is planted to grow. We are all seeds that have been planted when we were introduced to this platform. Yes, my reign as the Gauteng ambassador may be over, but my growth will not stand.
Honorable member, you have a minute to wrap up.
Newly elected ambassadors, grow and set out for change. Utilize this platform that we are truly honored and privileged to be a part of. Do not stop growing, do not stop believing, because the seed does not stop growing until it has reached its full potential. I have complete belief and confidence in every member present here today. Some may say that the past defines who we are, but let them know that we are the future and we define who we will become.
Thank you, honorable member. I now call upon our fourth speaker from the KZN province, Dominic Meriton. He also has 3 minutes. And then after Dominic Meriton, I request that Tepang Madladisa as the next speaker after Dominic sits next to the current speaker to save time.
Good morning to the House at large. Allow me to welcome you to our beautiful province and magnificent legislature. We trust that you have enjoyed your stay, the visit to the Kingdom Province, and it has welcomed you as warmly as I have. My name is Dominique Martin. I am the outgoing ambassador of KZN Province. The National Mandela Children's Parliament has been designed with the aim of uplifting and empowering the children of South Africa by affording us the opportunity to give input to policy developments and enhance program and decision-making positions. Beyond the chamber and ceremonial positions are the elected provincial ambassadors. It is our job to continue the commendable work hand in hand with the partners to carry out this initiative in our respective provinces. Today I've been asked to report to you as KZN's initiatives thus far, but allow me first to open up with a quote, pardon me. Measuring progress is often like watching grass grow. While it's difficult to detect movement on a daily basis, it's simple to see growth over time. With that being said, allow me to begin my report. On the basis of gender equality initiatives, we observed both the Take a Girl Child to Work Day as well as the Take a Boy Child to Work Day. We had a boys' dialogue which gave voice to our young boys, further followed by a leadership camp for boys. We also observed Child Protection Week, an International Albinism Day commemoration, followed by Youth Parliament hosted here in Pietermaritzburg, and a National Youth Day celebration. In terms of general upliftment schemes, we carried out a peaceful march against bullying in Cliffdale, as well as a workshop on violence against children. In Verulam, we had an awareness campaign on gender-based violence. We furthermore carried successfully out a learning culture competition among the schools in KZN, a child-friendly community workshop, and a disability dialogue. As mentioned, we worked conjunct with all the provinces for the formation of the Children's Manifesto. Supported by Save the Children South Africa, one of our favorite partners, we partook in several initiatives such as the Children's Dialogue with political parties, the Child-led Imbizo, the Children's Rights and Business Training Workshop, the Advocacy Training Workshop, and the CEO on her Accountability Corner.
Honourable member, you've got 57 seconds to wrap up.
Most recently, I was invited to the 30-year commemoration of the UNCRC. I trust you know what this is for. This is due to the General Assembly of the United Nations as well as the National Children's Day celebration. I have been given many opportunities, but more so, I've been allowed to lead. If I may quote, "If you are too big to serve, you are too small to lead." I've been empowered by these workshops, and I trust that my next ambassador will carry out KZN's commendable work. I take it that you will take every lesson you learn here and carry out the work on your own. We are powerful and we have voices, and it is your job to speak for those who cannot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I now call upon Tepang Madladisa from the Limpopo province, and also he has 3 minutes, and then after I'd like to call upon Sihle Nkabinde to come closer in the case of saving time from the Mpumalanga province.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Matlalitsa Tsapang, the Child Ambassador of Limpopo. I'm representing Keith Chituni, the previous Child Ambassador. It is said that what you do for yourself does with you, but then what you do for others lives forever. Last year on the 28th of November, we had an event that was under Changing Perspective, which was aimed at uprooting the social issues encountered by children on a daily basis, to raise awareness on the effects of substance abuse, and to encourage child advocacy. Children's Day. We celebrated Children's Day in Venda at the School for the Disabled on the 3rd of November 2018. We had our previous ambassador, Keith Chituni, raising awareness about teenage pregnancy that day. We had speakers addressing the issues of child participation and how disabled children are denied the right to child participation. We also took part in the Enke Make Your Mark program, which was a leadership program that collects child leaders across the country to induct and train them about leadership. We also had radio interviews that we ran throughout the year. We also had children presenters that present the issues we encounter as children in our provinces at the radio stations Tobela FM and Muliji FM. We also took part in the presidential inauguration, where we had girl children attending the presidential inauguration on the 25th of May 2019. We also had the Boys Assembly Workshop, which was a workshop for boys in each district. The program is done in partnership with main sector responsible for prevention of gender-based
Honorable
violence.
member, you've got 57 seconds to wrap up.
We also had child rights and business. The School of Drama and Arts, led by Mogale Kwena Municipality in partnership with civil society organizations that give children the opportunity to seek their minds, and suggestions to improve government programs that target their business and economic development strategies in future. This year we had Children's Day, which we celebrated on the 2nd of November in Maleboho. We also took part in the UNCRC commemoration. In all that is said, I would like to quote Martin Luther. He once said, and I quote, "If you cannot fly, then run. If you cannot run, then walk. If you cannot walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, keep moving forward." Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I now call upon Sihle Nkabinde from the Mpumalanga province, and you've got 3 minutes. After Sihle, the next member will be Nyakalo Khabusi from the Northern Cape province, and the next member also has 3 minutes. I ask her to come forth in case of saving time.
Nkabinde, Mzizi, Hlonyana olukhulu, olingadliwa nyoni, eziludla ziliqokozelela. Greetings to the House at large. All protocol is observed. I am Sibonile Sihle Nkabinde, the outgoing 2018 Junior Ambassador for the place of the Rising Sun, Mpumalanga. In my portfolio as the ambassador, I would like to share some of the things that I have participated in, innovated, and created. I participated in the development of the first ever South African Children's Manifesto. The Children's Manifesto serves as a document and mandate in which we as South African children call upon political parties, executives, officials in all spheres of government, and Chapter 9 institutions to adopt a child-centered approach that realizes our rights, responsibilities, and well-being. I took part in the launch of the South African Children's Manifesto, which took place at the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital. I took part in the launch of the Child Protection Week, in which I was appointed as the Master of Ceremonies. This took place in Gauteng at the Chris Hani Sports Complex in Orange Farm, where we officially launched the Child Protection Week. The theme was, "Let us protect all children to move South Africa forward." I took part in the Transnet Teenage Health Program launch in Polantsigazi, which focused on educating children on sanitation and hygiene. I also had interviews on Radio 702 and Kwala FM. I attended the Children's Rights Stakeholder Meeting, as well as the RCL Indaba workshop, as well as I had an interview at SABC pertaining to the Children's Manifesto. I also attended the Regional Children and Youth Forum in Namibia that was initiated by REPSI for youth in East and Southern Africa, which aims to see an Africa with all children and youth having psychosocial and mental well-being. And I am also the president of the Girls and Boys Education Movement, which focuses
Honorable Member, you've got 57 seconds to wrap up.
Which focuses on eliminating issues that hinder children from having a great education. In conclusion, I want to say to everyone, especially the 2019 ambassadors, that you need to have a passion for what you are doing, and that it is not about titles, popularity, being on TV, or having radio interviews. We are responsible as the future and in fact current leaders to come together, sibe munye, forgetting cultures and races. Do not forget that before you are anything else, we are South Africans. Educate yourselves and empower yourselves with knowledge on documents pertaining to your rights. Vuga, Pagama, and rise, dear sons and daughters of the soil. With that being said, thank you for trusting me to represent you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call upon Nyakalo Khabusi from the Northern Cape Province, and you've got 3 minutes. The next member will be Mhlolo Matole from the Northwest Province, and also I call her to come forth so in case of saving time.
I would like to greet the Honorable Madam Speaker, MEC Premier, all dignitaries present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name Nyakalo Khabusi, standing here as the Northern Cape Provincial Child Ambassador. My planned activities were as follows. Soul Buddies Club, caring for the elderly. We identify the old age home, cleaning and caring of the elderly, and feeding for them. My second activity was a debate on challenges children are facing in and out of school. Gangsterism, alcohol, and drug abuse. Children and parents had to come up with ideas and pave the way. The hashtag My Voice, I Take Charge was launched by one of the previous ambassadors who handed the baton over to me. This year we awarded children who excel in different school projects and in their communities. I enjoyed being ambassador. It gives me platforms to talk to my peers and motivates them to achieve and become successful in life. I've learned how to control, manage, and lead the team. As the outgoing ambassador, I would like to thank everyone for the role which they played in my life, in growing and molding me. As I hand over the baton, I would like to wish the incoming ambassadors all the best, and they must excel in all their endeavors. I thank you.
I now call upon Mhlolo Matole from the Northwest Province, and you've got 3 minutes to wrap up.
A wise Chinese man once said, "Token ashu, thinking to, Paul die in Taishia Medayan," which means that if you want to run fast, go alone. If you want to run far, take people with you. But if you want to run fast and far, take smart people with you. Honorable members of the parliament, we of Northwest Province have been running fast and we've been doing it smart. In accordance to Children's Act 38 of 2005, Section 10, the selection of parliamentarians and ambassadors among children has come to effect. In hopes of better environment for children, in the previous year's proceeding, Honorable Leandri was elected as the ambassador of Northwest. Quite unfortunately, she could not bless us with her presence, but worry not, for I am here, Mhlolo Miracle Matole from Northwest. With the annual proceedings of the Children's Parliament, the generalizing intention is to ensure that the children identify the struggles and provide solutions, As in position, many struggles were faced by children mainly in rural areas where there was challenges concentrated. The main was education, and we had to concentrate on education because that is the legacy of the father of the nation. Due to certain entities, Honorable Leandri approached me as the Northwest RCL president in caucus of the problem. She identified the lack of needs for the unprivileged. Though the government endeavors to help, there are many spaces which cannot be filled, and this is where we children come in. The identification of resources that could not be provided by the government led to a massive campaign between the RCL Forum and the Children's Parliament. We integrated and formed a community whereby we assisted constructing a committee that deals with tackling only the special needs of the unprivileged pertaining to education. We see this as fruitful and the biggest achievement ever because it is education, and education is the key. This campaign also expanded, commencing a uniform donation organization where we take donations from people who don't need uniform anymore, and we take that uniform and we donated it. And we also had planned to build a park
Honourable Member, I've got 56 seconds to wrap up.
to extract children from going out there and doing drugs. Ladies and gentlemen, to the upcoming ambassadors, I say to you, you are now the voice of the children, and many voices yearn to be heard, and you must be those voices that are heard, and those voices must just not only be voices, but the voices of action. And as a Spanish man will say, ha sido un gran público. Gracias.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon Lonabo Gade from the Western Cape Province. You've got 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the time given to me, the Honorable Deputy Minister, all dignitaries here. Because of time, I won't go through introduction. The Western Cape decided to do a lot this year, so I have a lot to present. Madam Speaker, in the House at large, let's start at the National Children's Parliament we attended in Limpopo. I would like to say once more, Uguti, if it's not for the Children's Fund, for the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, there's no other organization that gives such opportunities with partnership with Save the Children and all other organizations that are here. The opportunities being given to us as ambassadors and children is opportunities that will shape us for the future. Because at the end of the day, we are not doing this just for today, but we are working towards to establish ourselves in the community and working towards establishing and making sure we amplify children's voices. The first program we did as Western Cape was a gender-based violence summit, where it was graced by the presence of House Speaker from the Department of National Social Development, where we had all the stakeholders in the sector, in the safety sector, and we had defense classes. The second other program we had was to say, as the Western Cape, we had a lot of, in fact, in total, we had close to 40 preparatory meetings to make sure that the members that are elected here, after this program, they do not just disappear, but we make sure also we deliver. One thing I would like to say is that being a voice is fine, but you must not just be a voice, you must implement, you must act on that voice you say you want to be. Because at the end of the day, it does not work if I will come here and be a voice and speak, but I will not implement what I've said. Other programs we did as the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament in Western Cape, we made sure that we visit other regions. It was upon my shoulders as the child ambassador to make sure we fundraise. We knocked at departments' doors. We knocked at, thank you, Honourable Speaker. We knocked at private sector doors to make sure they fund us so that we can go to other regions, so that this program touches all regions in Western Cape. Honourable Speaker, in wrapping up, media coverage is not just to be famous on being shown in media. It's very important because the million other children that are watching this program outside there, they must make sure they know the developments that are happening, because we are representatives at the end of the day. In conclusion, I would like to say, Honourable Speaker, we did a very phenomenal project where we donated our own we donated our own toiletries to children's homes in Western Cape. And in conclusion, we'd like to say we are the first and the only province to establish a commission on the rights of the child because of the same Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament of 2019, because we knocked at the door of the Premier's office each and every time. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, our time has ended, but our activism continues.
Thank you. I now call upon the Honorable Speaker from the KZN Legislature to address us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, the leadership of the Children's Parliament, Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament of this year, the Secretary of the Parliament sitting in front, and all the table staff that are with you. Then I will send my greetings to my colleagues, the Deputy Minister, the MEC, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, and of course, the extinguished guests that are sitting at the top there, the members of the Kwazulu Natal Provincial Legislatures that are here with us. I acknowledge all of you. Firstly, I must say, Honorable Speaker, for me it is an honor to stand here and be able to address when a speaker is sitting. I have missed doing that since May. As the legislature of KwaZulu Natal, we wish to convey our sincere appreciation to the National Department of Social Development, the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, and all stakeholders, including the Human Rights Commission and the UN Commission on Children, for inviting us to this crucial Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament of 2019. On behalf of the warm and friendly people of KwaZulu Natal and the members of the Provincial Legislature, we wish to welcome you all to the beautiful and legendary city of Pietermaritzburg, the city of choice. Of course, in the province, the only province with a name and a surname. We are truly honored to host this important gathering. We are honored because your coming here is not only for us to see you,
Honorable Speaker, I've got 44 seconds to wrap up.
but it's
Continue, please
Or you can continue.
He's not going to let speak since he's been there.
But it is an honor for us because as the adults and as parents, we can look at you with pride and say, here is the future of our country. Here is our tomorrow. Here are the people that have to speak here to determine the future and the kind of South Africa that they want to see. We are very honored to see you here with us today. I don't know what my colleagues are laughing at the top there. The beginning of this event for us is a festival of ideas. It's a bringer of hope. It is the starting of the legacy of you as the ambassadors today. When you are old and when you are participating generally, when you are above, you're at the age of adulthood, you will look back on this day and we will all know that you were leaders and you were led by people of your age. But of course, we cannot, when we are having the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament here today, not acknowledge the Department of Social Development and its partners for hosting this a day after the day when we remember the passing on of the first iconic president of the Republic of South Africa, President Nelson Mandela. And we hope that that will also help you to inspire and propel you. Of course, we must remember when Dr. Nelson Mandela said to us, our children are our greatest treasure. They are our future. Those who abuse them tear at the fabric of our society and weaken our nation. We want to also stand and say, as the Kwazulu Natal Legislature, we will be involved in fighting against the abuse of children because you are the fabric and fiber of our society. We want to say to you and the United Nations, the declaration as well as safeguarding of the integral dignity and equal rights of all individuals must continue to recognize that children are entitled to special care and support. That must be done by members, that must be done by parents, but that must be done by your teachers at school, by allowing you space to be the leaders that you are, but also providing you with proper education. We want to say you are welcome in KwaZulu Natal. Before the Madam Speaker say I must stop, We want to say you are welcome. We will learn from you. We are listening to you. But what is important, as the Speaker of the Western Cape said, it must also be action. You will judge us not by what we say today, but I dare you to judge us by the actions that we're going to commit, starting here, going forward, and all those that we've committed in the past. You are welcome in the Kwazulu Natal Legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I now call the MEC for Social Development in KZN for words of encouragement.
Greetings, honorable members of the day, the honorable speaker for the day, honorable deputy minister Henrietta Bogopane Zulu, honorable speaker Nondembeko Boyce, honorable members of the KZN legislature who are here, Director General Dr. Nonhlanhla Mkhize, CEO for Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, Ms. Bongile Mkabela. Let me say the protocol is observed. We are truly honored and full of joy that our legislature is hosting the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament sitting. Once more, we welcome our children to this house, which belongs to all the people of South Africa, including our citizens. Your presence is an important reminder that our work as representatives of the people of South Africa must be shaped by the dreams you have for yourselves and the country. It must always be about securing your future and creating South Africa that is better than yesterday. As your parents and, of course, lawmakers, please be assured when we say we truly care about you and we love you dearly. I am aware that today is your turn to speak and our opportunity to listen with our hearts to the issues that you will raise today. Before you do so, please allow me to thank all of our social partners who are with us, who have dedicated their lives to improve the welfare of the children of this great nation. One such organization is the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, which is led by our beloved and talented sister, Ms. Bongile Mkabela. She is so passionate about well-being and your future. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, South Africa marked exactly 6 years since the passing away of former President Nelson Mandela, a global icon for peace and a hero who cared deeply about the future of our children. On the 10th of December 1993, Tata Nelson Mandela was awarded the Nobel Prize for Peace jointly with former President F.W. de Klerk. In his acceptance speech in Norway, Tata Mandela expressed his vision of the new South Africa. He said, and I quote, "The children must at last play in the open field, no longer tortured by pangs of hunger or ravaged by disease or threatened with the scourge of ignorance, molestation and abuse, and no longer required to engage in deeds whose gravity exceeds the demands of their tender years," close quotes. And he proclaimed, let a new age dawn. And since 27 April 1994, our government has been building the foundations to create the South Africa that President Nelson Mandela envisaged. Beginning with our constitution, we have passed laws that protect your dignity, your rights, and which seeks to develop your potential. But we know that we are far from achieving the dream and new age that Nelson Mandela had in mind. We are ashamed of the level of violence that these children of South Africa face, and often from people that they know and trust. We know too that some of our children, especially those in remote villages, struggle to get clean and safe drinking water. Some still travel long distances and have to cross dangerous rivers to reach school. But we thank the government of the day, but because he has made an attempt for provision of learner transport. We are also concerned about the culture of violence that you, our children, also seem to be embracing at some point, bullying your peers, including cyberbullying. We are worried to see some of our peers also verbally and physically assaulting your parents, teachers, people with disabilities, and the elderly. If Madiba saw that, how deep violence runs in our society, he would be heartbroken. Mandela would have said, it is in our hands to create the South Africa of our dreams. And he would have reminded us that nothing about the future of children of South Africa must happen without them. In this regard, we thank the Nelson Mandela Foundation and all the children of our country for producing the Children's Manifesto this year. In it, you are challenging us about the type of leadership that you want in our country. We agree with you that you are active citizens and that political parties must put you, our children first. You are right. Government must make sure that planning and implementation of policies must be in your interest. And we thank you for affirming your responsibilities as expressed in the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the children. And trust us, we are ready to join hands with you to make a positive contribution in South Africa and the world. And to Ms. Mkabela, we agree with you and acknowledge that as political parties, we could have done more to canvass the voices of our children during the last elections. But we thank you and your organization for the rich and detailed South Africa Children's Manifesto. It remains an important document to guide and shape our future endeavors. We can assure you that it will guide Kwazulu Natal in its approach to the issues that affect the future of our children well beyond this term of administration. Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Speaker, you have afforded me to pass these few remarks. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC for the of Social Development. We will now play a video of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa's pledge. Kwazulu Natal as the host province. The first child would be Tembile Ngongo from the KZN province, and you are given 4 minutes.
It's said, more voices are powerful than one, more hands are helpful than one. Behold, children are the heritage from the Lord, the fruits from the womb, the reward. Greeting, honorable members. Standing before you is Honorable Tembile Ngongo. We participated in a dialogue on the 28th and the 29th of November. We had the opportunity to voice our issues and compose solutions. During the sessions, these strengths were brought to the attention of the caregivers and facilitators. Structures are put in place. We have access to free education, health care, libraries, and parks. We have unity, which is sense of Ubuntu in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I now call upon Anatim Kabeni, also from the KZN province. You have 4 minutes.
Greetings, honorable members and distinguished guests. Standing before you is Inatim Kabeni from the KZN. I am here to speak about the challenges of the community, homes and schools in KZN, in fact the entire world. The first is crime. Crime is not a new thing here in South Africa. It is very wide known that South Africa has a high rate of crime. We have crimes like armed robbery. We have a lot of crimes here in South Africa. We have substance abuse, which harms many children here in South Africa. Substance abuse are drugs, it's alcohol, which are harming the children of South Africa very badly. Drugs are making the children of South Africa go to school with an unclear mind of what their intentions are. We have alcohol. Children are drinking alcohol here early in schools, which needs to stop. We have teenage pregnancy here in South Africa. Teenagers are getting pregnant at a very young age, which means that in most cases, they cannot support their child, which can lead to massive poverty here in South Africa. But then we have safety in school. Schools nowadays are not safe due to gangsterism and robberies. There are a lot of gangs who rob schools here in South Africa. They harm the education system. They deprive students of the education they deserve. Then in bullying, there is schools. A lot of schools. Their teachers and parents don't care about bullying. They don't focus that much on bullying, when it is very much a very dangerous thing to the children of South Africa. It leads to mass death when bullying goes to such an extent. It also leads to suicide of teenagers, which is harming South Africa and the world. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Concluding the item, I call upon Lindoguhle Hani, also from the KZN province. You've got 2 minutes.
Greetings to all protocols observed and the honorable members of the Child Parliament. I'm here to present the solutions that have, I'm here to present the solutions of the problems or the challenges that were brought forward by Inati, the former honorable member. Right, so our first challenge or solution is, as the MEC had mentioned, bullying is a huge and large problem that we face in South Africa. And for this, as he had said, our honorable member said that teachers do not take it seriously, and our solution to that is to educate more people about the long-term detriments of bullying on the children of South Africa, right? Our second solution, or the second problem, was crime, and our solution to that really is just stricter law enforcement, right? So in the city that I am from, Pietermaritzburg, I have observed that there are police patrols, but those police patrols only lasted for like 2 months. So they need to be more constant and they need to be in more places, right? So we need more police patrols and we need more properly trained police officers, and also we need a stricter
Honourable Member, you've got 55 seconds.
Stricter laws in South Africa, right? Thirdly, we have safety in schools. The safety in schools refers to the security of the learners and the teachers. We need more security gate checks to ensure that guns, alcohol and narcotics do not enter school premises, and in each school there needs to be at least one policeman in every school to ensure the safety of our learners. And obviously in schools where there has been a history of violence, we need more policemen, at least about 3, to be deployed to those schools. Fourthly, we have substance abuse. In South Africa, the age to that you're able to access alcohol in South Africa is 18, and so therefore we need stricter laws surrounding the alcohol and narcotic access. Lastly, the problem of teenage pregnancy. Though we all know that there is people who go around our schools teaching us about teenage pregnancy and safe sex, it is not enough. The awareness that they bring is not enough.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You may sit. It is
4 minutes, yes.
Oh, you may continue.
Though we all have awareness, it isn't enough. Though we all have awareness of this, it isn't enough considering the fact that there's still a large number of pregnancies, of teenage pregnancies in South Africa, and therefore we have so many people who give birth to children that they cannot support, therefore, as Inati had said, leading to a country with more poverty in it, right? And then, so our solution to this is that more people should be designated to educating South Africans and young teenagers about safe sex and teenage pregnancy and the detriments that come along with them, right? The reason that we are here is because we want a safer environment for the South African child, whether it's in schools, households, as well as the community. And we can only achieve that by implementing these solutions. Thank you.
We have now concluded with item 4.2 and moving to item 4.3, which is the presentation and debate on the following thematic areas. The first thematic area is 4.3.1, Commission 1, Coordination and Institutional Mechanism. Oh, you're given 5 minutes, and then after that, we'll open a panel of questions, which will be 10 minutes.
Greetings, honorable members. My name is Mpolopoletse and Kitswabukoni Bupirim. My commission is Coordination and Institutional Mechanics. So before I dive into my case, I would like to define what's the above motion. Coordination and institutional mechanics are guidance notes that aims to provide information on how countries, specifically South Africa in this case, has established or adapted to their new rules and establish new ones in order to implement the social development goals. So I'm going to be focusing on 4 things, which is the achievements, the challenges, the opportunities, and the future plans. So I'm going to the achievements. South Africa has the best legislation which protects the rights of the children. After the ratification with UNCRC, we developed that the Children's Act is taken into consideration. Coordinated children's right at the presidency, where all ministers are all accountable for the children, which means it's an inter-ministerial campaign. So this means that we take different stakeholders, like from the Department of Education, the Department of Social Development, all the departments coordinate, as the motion says, is coordination and institutional mechanics. So they coordinate, and all of them have duties to do in order to secure a better well-being for the children of South Africa. So that's an achievement that South Africa has reached. The second achievement is, as a country, we have developed policies and frameworks that help with the child development, child protection, child survival, and child participation. So as a country, if it means that there is a way forward. We see child being protected. We see a focus that children are going to be protected and children are going to develop in a world country, and these children are going to survive, and we're going to see many children participating. So I'm moving to the challenges now. As you all know, that everything cannot be a sailing smooth side. So we're going to talk about the challenges that we face, because those are the most important things we need to address, because they have to be fixed. The first challenge is all government departments must account, as I say, is a coordination between different stakeholders. So all the stakeholders must account for the children issues, and the children issues are of great significance. So every stakeholder must account. So if ever, this is like a car needs an engine, a car needs petrol, a car needs tires to move. So if ever the tires are broken, then the car cannot move forward. So that's why we need the Department of Social Development, the Department of Education, the Department of Health, everything that could make a better area and a better well-being for the children. So we need them to all account for the betterment of the kids. And they are not actually, because we see this every year. There are problems. This is not actually being enforced because of some of the departments that are not responsible. So that's our first challenge. The second challenge is that overseas and children's rights coordination structures are under-resourced. So we all need resources for the success of this. If we don't have resources, what are we going to do? We have the information, we have everything, but resources are important. So we need resources, because if we are under-resourced, then the government that you're here for is of no use. Then the third challenge is that child ambassadors have no budget to do awareness campaign and implement the declaration of their manifestos. So we are all here, we have the information, we're given time to do everything, yet there is no budget that we're given. So I'd like to move there, and then this lack of interest from the leadership and from the politicians. The fifth one, the idea starts at the provincial and the national government, parliament, and it ends here. So there's no information that reaches the other kids. So the other one, children issues are cost-cutting. Therefore, like women and youth and people with disabilities, they need to be coordinated at the presidency, not at the Department of Social Development. So I'll come to opportunities.
Honorable
and future
Member, I've got 55 seconds.
The first future plan, we must resource oversee properly. We must secure a budget for the ambassadors. We must workshop leaders. With the department and the municipalities should be included in the working together, so that it starts at the lower level before it reaches the national. Then again, we must establish more junior councils, because we don't have where we report our cases. We must have junior councillors that will be held responsible for the children issues in each commissioner per province, and making sure that children are part of the budget and the plan. Then there must be communication on what conspired at the Children's Parliament. After here, we must go and tell people from our districts, from the municipality, of what actually happened here, because they need to know we're representing 19 million children in the school. So as I conclude, we need the government, we need people, we need stakeholders to work together.
Thank you,
for the
Honorable
success of this.
Member.
Thank you.
You're excused. The second commission is Child Rights and Business, and the name of the presenter is Mpo Kikahikilwe from the Mpumalanga province. You've got 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. Now the panel is open for questions and answers. 3 minutes. Honorable member, that corner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. This is Pakata Anati from the Eastern Cape Province. I'm rising with a reference to rule number 72, points of order, and rule number 74, rights of members to speak. I just want to ask, instead of focusing on different types of stakeholders that you have mentioned, Honorable Member, what is your role in trying to coordinate and institute these rights and mechanisms? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Another question again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Member, you mentioned systemizing the individual stakeholders. How do you combine these individual stakeholders because they're very much scattered?
Did you get it? I'll be taking the last question. Yes, Honorable Member, you're acknowledged.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I heard you saying that under achievements, your second achievement is that the policies that were put in place, that they're in achievements. I just want to know that, is it enough just to put in policies in place, and that did your commission explore and research the success and implementation of these policies? Thank you.
Thank you. You can you answer the questions. Sound, you having trouble with the sound system?
Okay, answering the first question, I hear that the what coordination should we do as do I explore in the, rather than the stakeholders that I've mentioned. So that I mentioned that for the betterment and for the growth of the child needs all. For an example, let's say the Department of Social Development, the Department of Basic Education. The child needs education, the child needs everything. So in order for the child to be in a world space, those stakeholders need to coordinate, they need to work together. So as what I bring into the table, yes, this is been ongoing, but it's not working because of the stakeholders that are not responsible. This for sure will work. If ever this is why I did an example of a car. If the other parts of the car would be fixed, then surely this strategy, this mechanic, and in these institutions of the departments, it will really work. Then I would like to move to the third question. My apologies, Speaker, but I didn't get the second question. So I'll move to the third question.
You can repeat the question.
Thank you, Speaker. My
Time
question
is up. Time is up. I now call upon the second commission, which is Child Rights and Business. Mpoki Kahile from the Mpumalanga province. You have 5 minutes. I request to be excused, and the Deputy Speaker can continue presiding.
We are the future. We will decide who we will become. Good morning, honorable speakers. Good morning, honorable speaker. Good morning, honorable president, and good morning, honorable parliamentarians, and all protocol observed. I am Mpoki Khakilwe from the land of the rising sun, Mpumalanga. I thank my members of Commission 2 for giving me this opportunity to represent them. In commemoration of the 25 years of the children's rights movement, as Commission number 2 were discussing the children's rights and business. What is a child? What is a right and what is a business? A child is a person from the age of 0 to 18, while you are still regarded as a fetus up until you turn the age of 18. Right. Rights are laws that are set to ensure that a child's needs are met. A business is an enterprise that is established in order to generate profit. This discussion was first identified by the UNCRC, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of a Child, identified that children also play a role in businesses because our parents work for businesses and we also buy goods and services from businesses. They established the they established General Comment number 16 in 2013, which in consideration of the 4 principles of the UNCRC, which are non-discrimination, the best interest of a child, life survival and development, education and support. The General Comment number 16, which reads as follows: what is the state doing to prevent the violation of children's rights in businesses? This means that the state is responsible to ensure or to do something when businesses violate the rights of a child. The challenges that we are currently facing as a nation are the conflicting laws. The International Labour Organization states that a person under the age of 18 is not allowed to be employed, whereas the South African law states that any person 15 and over is allowed to work or to be employed. And the other problem that we have are trade unions. Trade unions only take members over the age of 18. This means that children are vulnerable, and this enables child labor to take place because it confiscates the child's childhood, and it can be hazardous and lead to the exploitation of the child. Local taverns or bottle stores do not have correct documentation to distribute or to sell alcohol in our communities. And some bottles are dumped in agricultural or recreational sites. This affects the safety and the health of children. Advertising, this means that we see adverts that are very sexually explicit, and there are no laws to prevent alcohol during prime time. Achievements, the states and the government have not yet learned a lot about the General Comment, as it was only recently established. But we have witnessed some businesses sponsoring community organizations, such as KFC sponsoring the orphanages. Our role as children is to not expose ourselves to places such as to advertisements such as alcoholic advertisements or to sexually explicit advertisements. What can government do? Government can restrict the number of non-age appropriate advertisements. Make sure that recreational areas are not.
Honourable Member, you have 57 seconds to wrap up.
Thank you. Curfew should be implemented in communities in order to support or help children in school so that they can get enough time to do their homework. What businesses can do is to reduce working hours to make sure that children spend enough time with their parents. When purchasing alcohol or substances for adults, they need to check for identification documents, and non or less discriminating or less explicit advertisements should be available. Our 3 main priorities are to let government and businesses strengthen the laws and monitor the laws that they are going to be enabling. There should be less on non-discriminating or less explicit advertisements on TV during prime time, which is from 7 to 9. Children should be allowed to take part in decision-making processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Ms. Ayabuko Amhlaba, the 3rd Commissioner, can you please come to the front and come and sit here before we take the questions? Are there any questions? Okie dokie. We will start off here in the front. You may begin, sir.
Honourable Member, I rise on a point of order. Would you agree that coherent policy is put in place according to the Liquor Act for taverns and people who sell alcohol to be a certain distance away from schools? So is it not implementation by the South African Police Service that are not checking that these businesses are licensed and then duly shutting them down if not? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Can you just please identify yourself for the sake of...
I am Yusuf Bayat, Honourable Yusuf Bayat from the Northwest Province.
Thank you very much. The next question, I'll take over here in front. No, sorry, Honourable Member. I recognize the lady. Please.
Greetings, honorable members. My question is of the children, it is legal for children under the age of 15 to work. So we have children in media, and we have them. So is it illegal or is it the violation of their rights to work? Because we have as young as 6 months children who are on advertisement. They are working is a job. So is it a violation of their rights or is it a crime? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll take the last question over here.
Right, thank you, Honorable Member. I have a question, and my name is Suku Valentine Shvamba from Gauteng Province. So my question is, what happens within a current status quo where we actually haven't other rights limiting other rights? Do we therefore adhere for government to limit those certain rights when they limit children's rights? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Please repeat.
My question is, we basically have rights that limit children's rights. Do we therefore adhere for government to put a strict law to limit those certain rights, like culture, for example? Thank you.
You may answer, Speaker.
Okay. So, responding to the first question, which is, I recommend that places with no legal documentation to be shut down? Yes. I recommend that they should be shut down because they don't know the educational background between selling alcoholic beverages to children. They do not see anything wrong with selling. They do not follow the procedures and the right way to sell or to distribute substances that are illegal. I'm sorry. The second question, I didn't quite get it. Can you please repeat?
Honorable Member, my question was, you said that children who are under the age of 15 is illegal for them to work. So we have children in media who are working. So is it a violation of their rights or is it crime that they are working? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Time is up. But I would just like to state that if the Speaker at the podium cannot respond to the questions, then the people in the Commission is more than welcome to respond. Yes. Because of time, we will be moving to the next Commissioner. Ayabukwa Mhlaba, Commission 3, Gender and Health.
Honorable Speaker, may I rise on a point of order, please?
Of course.
I would like to let the House know with all due respect, the Speaker in front is not obliged to answer your questions, nor are the people from her theorem. There are other professionals in our seating, and it is up to them to correspond as well. This is an interaction and should be treated as such. Thank you.
Thank you for your point. You may proceed.
Good morning, fellow honorable members, members of media, Madam Speaker, or Sir, as I should say now, and the House at large. My name is Honorable Ayabukwa Mhlaba from the beautiful, vibrant Western Cape Province. So, before I get into depth with what I'm going to be speaking about, I just want to say there is a big difference between sex and gender. And what I'm going to speak about is gender today. So the specific definition for gender is how you feel and express yourself, made up of gender identity and orientation. There are many aspects that influence rules and expressions. For instance, family. Even though family is one of the key aspects, it is also influenced by things like religion, culture, and tradition. Unfortunately, all these aspects were developed in a very patriarchal era, and for centuries they have influenced the way people view gender and its expressions. For instance, in a traditional society, we are taught that specific cultural activities are imperative and vital for not the well-being of the person, but the well-being of the family's dignity and pride. In all these aspects, females are stereotyped and put into specific societal rules, like for example, the girl child can be married off at the age of 16 with consent of parent. Okay, the second one is school. Children are being stigmatized if they do not fit in societal norms. Even in ECD centers, the girl child and the boy child are given gender-specific toys, like the boy child plays with a car and the girl child plays dress up. Even during the time when corporal punishment was legal, the boy child would be given a harsher punishment like a hiding, and the girl child would merely be punished. Thus strengthening the divisions and further exacerbating the predicament of gender inequality. And now the influence of peer pressure. Further oppresses the free expressions as we are shunned, and the urge of acceptance overshadows our sense of self. When we are different, we are bullied and punished by our fellow peers, predominantly within school environments, if we contradict societal norms. But after all of this, I am proud to say that our country has not only put up legislation that are protecting people with different genders, but we also, unlike other African countries, have legalized same-sex marriages and embrace pride. We are the #1 country in Africa when it comes to protection of the LGBTQI+ community. We also have declared that hate speech is unconstitutional. And I repeat, hate speech is unconstitutional. None of us can do it. It is illegal. Even though we are moving forward as a country, there's still a lot we can do. Firstly, we need to provide more platforms for vulnerable groups of men. Secondly, media needs to be monitored in its portrayal of gender roles and broadcasted content through daytime media, at least prime time. We need to integrate gender education into general broadcasts as well as into the South African curriculum. ECDs need to be guided as to how young children can be educated with imposing the societal concepts of gender in them. Lastly, but not least, all legislation pertaining to the rights of children must be harmonized and homogenized as per the concluding observations from the UN. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will now be asking the 4th Commissioner, Children with Disabilities, Ayaka Tono, to please come and take a seat here in the front. We will now be taking questions. Are there any questions? Any questions on this side? Okay, we'll start right at the back over there. You are recognized, member.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You mentioned something about families and religion being a challenge to this community. May I ask, how do you plan to change these religious laws? Are you actually planning to convince parents to go against these religious laws that they have been raised up to? Thank you.
I will now be taking the next question. Are there any questions on this side so that we can just, I'll take your question now. You're recognized, Honorable Member.
Greetings to the House at large. My question is estimational measures, how much of contribution of culture does it contribute in promoting fair and equal gender acceptance in our societies? Thank you.
The last question is over here. We're going to ask you to please keep it short, Honorable Member.
Similar to the previous question, you mentioned that tradition is a huge contributor to the discrimination. Would you recommend that children go against their parents and tradition to express themselves, or rather try to make them understand? Thank you.
You may answer.
Thank you, everyone, for the intriguing questions. Firstly, I cannot recall your question, but I think I can answer it. Yes, what we can try to do is try to change, even though it's hard, try to change the mindsets of our parents to try to stop thinking in the way that they were taught, but to think in a way that everyone is included and everyone is, how can I say this? Everyone is wait, mommy, okay. So like everyone is like, everyone's personal views are met. So even though our parents cannot change, because it's going to take a long time, even though they cannot change, we can try as the youth to not only respect that they grew up like that, but try to make them understand. So I think I answered your question, but I'm not really sure. And the second one was, may you please repeat your question? Alicia, off mine. Kanye, okay, there's.
In estimational measures, how much of contribution of culture does it contribute in promoting fair and equal gender acceptance in our societies?
Okay, so in tradition and culture, everything is black and white. There is no purple, there is no green.
Honorable Member, unfortunately your time is up. Thank you very much. Honorable Merrington, did you rise on a point of order, or you wanted to rise on a point of order?
Unfortunately not,
Okay.
Sir Speaker. It was responding to a question, but our time is up. Thank you
Okay,
so much
thank
for
you
the
very
opportunity.
much. We will now be handing over to Ayaka Tono, the fourth Commissioner, Children with Disabilities.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this Parliament, and to my fellow South Africans and all protocols observed. Good morning, Sanbonani, Molweni, Absheni, Dimachironi, Dimadegwana, Dumelang, and standing before you is Ayaka Tono. I am from the Western Province in Cape Town, the mother city. Today I am here to represent the Commission of Children with Disabilities. Children with disabilities in Africa are among the most neglected groups in the policy domain, as in the private sphere. The majority of these children face enormous economic, political, as well as social barriers that have an adverse impact on their physical, social, and intellectual development and well-being. Many of them do not have access to the most basic needs, such as health services, as well as education. Experience multiple deprivations even within their family and are invisible in national policy agenda. Now I will be listing some achievements that the country has made the past 25 years. As a country, we have made great improvements when it comes to this topic about people with disabilities. We have started working together. We've started working together with people that, with people with disabilities. Yes. Education on sign language and officializing it as one. Officializing it as one of the official languages in South Africa has been like a great achievement. Recognition and creating awareness by using media platforms such as movies, music, as well as adverts. Improvement on developing the skills of people with disability by using computer programs, for example, computer programs. Improvement on devices such as electrical wheelchairs, laptops, as well as ramps. Medical emission access, which means that these people are able to get access to medical facilities. However, we still do have major challenges, such as bullying, whereby other people feel that they're superior than people who have disabilities, as well as isolation, whereby you find out
Honorable
that
Member, I think disability is not the word we should use right now. Point of order.
Okay.
Yes, can you withdraw, Honorable
Where is
Member?
that member? Okay.
It's impairment. Yes, it's not disability. It's not okay using that word, Honorable Member. Point of order.
Okay.
Please withdraw.
Sorry, member. Can we please just identify yourselves before you make the point of order?
Oh, I am Nathan from KZN.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, what word should I use?
It's impairment.
Sorry?
Impairments. Impairments.
Thank you.
Intellectual impairments.
Are you rising on a point of
Yes.
order, Honorable Merrington, please?
Yes, it was changed because it's not okay to use disability.
Okay, thank
The
you very
word.
much.
Thank you
very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Merrington, you may proceed with your point.
I have to correct you there. We agreed that impairment was diminutive. Disabled is permitted. Living with disability is not allowed. Impairment is not allowed. Crippled is not allowed. But a child with a disability is permitted. That is the acceptable term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We would like to ask that if you're going to make a point of order, please do stand up, identify yourself, and then make your point. Thank you. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Okay. Another challenge is lack of communication in public areas. Movement of children from their own homes to private institutions because of myths that were known to have been passed down generation to generation. Lack of exposure as well as entertainment. People with disabilities are also subject to sexual, physical, as well as emotional abuse. Discrimination, stereotype, and bias. Teachers also do not embrace children with disabilities. Lack of accommodation in traffic circles, for example, in robots. The opportunities that have been created by the country, more jobs were created for people with disabilities. Organizations
Your
that
time
provide...
is up, Honorable Speaker on the podium. Before I take the questions, can we please have Itumelech Lekreto, the fifth commissioner, to come and take their seat over here. Are there any questions? We'll start over here and we'll go around. You may begin.
I'm Yusufaya from the Northwest. Honorable Member, did your commission conclude that rather than investing in creating special needs schools, we rather make conventional schools, I speak under correction with terminology, we rather make conventional schools accessible for all people with disabilities? Thank you.
The next question, we'll go.
Can you please repeat the question?
Can you just please repeat the question? Please keep it short. Thank you.
Rather than government investing in schools, special needs schools, they rather invest in making all conventional schools accessible to people with disabilities. Thank you.
Can you respond? Okay, go ahead.
Due to the challenge of bullying, there are some children who feel that they are superior than other children, right? So I feel that having a school with special needs is actually the right thing to do, because we do not want people with disabilities to feel isolated in those kind of spaces, because sometimes these learners will not want to interact with them. I don't know if I'm answering your question correctly or anything. Next question, please.
Next question, you are recognized, member.
Okay, I would just like to put input on the following question. What you said was that by socializing them with normal schools, if I may put it like that, that you will make them feel isolated because other students would feel superior over them. Now, don't you think they would rather feel isolated, that you're keeping them away from maybe new people or something like that? Because they're all cramped up in the same place. I know they all have, I wouldn't say it like that, but they would all struggle the same way instead of trying to face new challenges at new, at new schools, is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can you answer that question, or would you like to hand it over to one of your members in the commission? Is there any... Mr. Gadi, are you responding to the member? Okay, you are recognized.
No, I rise on a point of order, Honorable Speaker. My point of order is to note that you are supposed to ask a question on the relevant commission they are presenting.
Yes.
I think I would like to draw the speaker's attention that some other members are not asking relevant questions to the relevant people who are representing those particular commissions, so that the speakers at the podium may not be confused and answer on behalf of other commissions. So ask a question about that particular commission that speaker is presenting in front.
Okay, thank you very much for your point of order, Honorable Gade. We will now be having the fifth commissioner. Your time is up. We will now be having the fifth commissioner, child-friendly communities, stated by Itumelech Lekreto. You may proceed, sir.
Just like John Quincy Adams said, if your action inspires others to dream more, learn more, and become more, you are indeed a leader. Greetings are indeed a symbol that symbolizes respect. Therefore, I greet the House at large. It is a great privilege to be standing here today. being the voice of the voiceless. I go by the name Itumeleng Lekgetho, a grade 9 learner from the Northern Cape Province, representing the John Taolo district. I was in Commission 5 that spoke or addressed issues of child-friendly communities. Then we asked ourselves a question: what is a child-friendly community? We then realized that it is a community whereby it enables children to participate in community activities that are provided by the community we live in. For example, the community should make sure that the children are physically safe, emotionally secure, and psychologically enabling. Just like there is a saying that says, it takes a village to raise a child. So basically, it means a person is a person with other people. So let's respect each other and care for each other. The commission I was in was about child-friendly communities' rights. So we addressed the issues of the 9 building blocks of the CFC, which stands for Children-Friendly Communities. And on the first point, we talked about creating platforms for children to participate and influence community decisions and action. We talked about these issues only to realize that in some communities, there aren't even one platform for just the youth to participate in. So, since as we are the ambassadors, we are here to address issues that affect our communities. So, we have had some achievement here and there. You know, for example, this Children's Parliament is indeed an achievement because now children are able to engage with the government in cases of representing our provinces. And also, opportunities that we should look into are maybe like to have our children meeting with the officials of our municipals after the Children's Parliament. And again, we could popularize these events. And yeah, because Tata Nelson Mandela once said, history will judge us by the difference we make in the everyday lives of children. So, by hosting such events, we are basically able to express ourselves as the youth and leader of the future. So, in order to have the CFC, there may be challenges needed to be taken into consideration. That may be mentally of local government, violence, child rights, and etc. As the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, Chapter 7, Objects of Local Government state in black and white that the objections of local governments are able to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities, to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, and to promote social and economic development and to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations
You have
in
57
matters
seconds to wrap up.
of local government. A municipality must strive within its financial and administrative capacity to achieve the object set out in subsection. The African Charter on the Right of the Welfare of the Child, Article 11 to 13, states that every child shall have the right to education. State parties shall recognize the right of the child to rest and leisure, to engage in play and recreation activities appropriate to the age of the child, to participate freely in cultural life. Ladies and gentlemen, we came, we conquered, and we got it all, as we are the ambassadors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Before we take questions, I would like to ask Honorable Lucanio Sonyamba from Commission 6, Coordination of Child Participation Framework, to please come and take his seat here in the front. Are there any questions? Okay, Dr. Wheel. You recognize, member.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Member, you spoke of violence regarding to the safety of children in communities, and there are more things which jeopardize the safety of children. Are you saying those are insignificant?
Can you please speak louder?
Speaker, presenter, you spoke of violence regarding to the safety of children in communities, and there are more factors that are influencing this factor. Are you saying that the other ones are insignificant?
You recognize.
Speaker, I want to answer on behalf of the Commissioner. To answer your question, he did say there are challenges such as the mentality of municipalities, the violence, and etc. He said etc. in order to save time to finish his speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other questions? You are recognized, Deputy President.
Honorable Member, I want to ask of the Commission's plan on eradicating the scourge, which is pit toilets, which many of our children die to every year. Thank you.
What?
What is the Commission's plan to eradicate pit toilets, which kill many children every year? Thank you.
I see maybe you didn't hear me correctly. In our commission, we talked about we talked about the 9 building blocks, right? So, and we talked about child participation. So I don't know where the toilet fits in.
Yes, that is recognized. We're going to ask all the honorable members to please stick to the Commission's framework, please. Please just stick to the Commission's framework. Are there any other questions? You may go, honorable member. You recognize.
Greetings, the House at Large. My name is Mthurunku. I'm from Gauteng. Honorable Member, your commission is child-friendly communities. To add on what the Honorable Member said, a pit toilet is violating children's rights. So, in other words, a pit toilet is not child-friendly. So what's your plan in eradicating them? Thank you.
Would you like to answer that?
Yeah.
Because, okay, go ahead.
Oh. You answer it.
You recognize.
All right. To answer, okay, I'm Kizito TV from Northwest. To answer your question, he did say that children will be involved in community-based decisions.
Thank you very much, member. Your time is up. Thank you. We will now call upon Lucanio Sonyamba from Commission 6 Coordination of Child Participation Framework.
Professional greeting to all honorable parliamentarians. What I'll be speaking about is child participation. In Commission 6, where we talked about and deliberated that, first of all, before I continue, I would like to identify what is child participation. Child participation is opportunity where a child is involved in viewing their expressions and opinions freely in a place where they are also expected and also taken seriously, their opinions, etc. And these opinions are put into place and the result is also shown. As continuing in the households, we have seen achievements that the parents also give in the child a voice to speak about choosing the subject, also involving him into making decisions. But the challenge there is that not all parents allow children to make choices involving them. And the solution is that we should educate our parents. The government should also educate and create programs in where education is implemented to parents that we as the children should be part in decision making involving us in the household. Continuing to the schools, we also deliberated that the RCLs, in the achievement there is RCLs and SGP. Now, those are platforms where we as the children are involved in to discuss and deliberate about issues, about learners, and there our voices are heard. But the challenge there is that we are not taken seriously. We are not also involved in all aspects involving children, like uniform. For example, the government will be providing food and services which like fooding schemes, we are not questioned about what kind of food we do like to eat. Is it healthy for us, etc. But the solution to that is that we must become more involved, and that the code of conduct should contain child participation in it, so that it is clear that we are the voice of ourselves. We should not be voiced by some people who do not understand us and who do not know us on what we want and what we as the people feel that we need. Going on, the importance of child participation is very vital, because when participating as a child, it opens a ground for growth, and plus it opens a platform where the government and the stakeholders to get information about what we are going through, so that they can provide services and help us. Also, moving on, it also grows in the advocate of communication between adult stakeholders, between the children and the stakeholders in the government, so that we can be clear and also free to speak, and this also creates a platform for advocates. Yes, but now reaching to my conclusion. We, as Commission 6, we want transparency. We want to know what is there for us. We want to be in there to see everything that is going on, that is involving us. We want to, secondly, we want to volunteer. We want ourselves to volunteer, not to be forced into making decisions about ourselves, but we must be free to make the decisions ourselves. We want to be respected and taken seriously, so that we may not be put aside when we present a valid statement. And also, we want to be understood our relevance, because we also communicate, move on from that, also want a child-friendly, it must be child-friendly. We must also be open and asking, would you like to sit here or there? We want to be to be open to our choices, our solutions as well. Also, inclusivity. We also should be included individual. We might be children here, but everyone here is individual and has own views that needs to be seen. Also training, both sides, where child is also trained and parents and adults to be trained, so that they can understand what is meant by child participation. Safety. First of all, safety can mean emotional and physical. So safety in emotional state, that means a child is free to speak without any judgment or contradiction, or feel that they may be judged in a manner of absolutity. And also physical, where a child is actually free to speak at any point without any threats or any consequence. And firstly, accountability on both sides, where can the child and the adult or the stakeholder can admit that they're wrong, and so that we can move forward. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable member. Just before we continue with the questions, I would like the Commissioner 7, Kanyisile Somagata, for Education, to please come and take her seat over here. And just before I take questions, I would just like to request that there be no conversations in the House while the Speaker is at the podium. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, just quickly. Are there any questions? Okay, we'll start over here. You are recognized, honorable member.
Greetings, Honorable. This is Honorable Stembile Ngongo. So, if I may recall, you said that we should be asked what we want to eat in a feeding scheme. But have you considered that the menus change and we are given what they afford? Because judging by the economy of South Africa, we don't have enough money to feed everyone, but we try. We're not supposed to question a giving hand. So, according to you, we must be given the opportunity to voice what we want to eat. Some may take an advantage of that, and maybe I would say I want lasagna, for example, but because of the economy, we cannot afford that. We are being helped, we're helping the needy. A needy would not question The point is that you have something to eat so you can start your day, kickstart your life, so you can learn. So I'm not getting your point.
May I answer? May I quickly answer?
Okay, okay. Are there any other questions? We'll take you, sir, and then that's the last question over there. You are recognized, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker. You. Honorable Speaker, can I answer on behalf of the Commission?
Of course. Do you agree, sir?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, you may.
With regard to the first question, that what about the economy of the Republic of South Africa? The Republic of South Africa, there is a lot of money in our economy. We cannot suffer as the children of the Republic because of corruption. And with regards to that, we have the right to choose our menus at our school, because at the end of the day, it is going to be us who will be consuming that food for effective learning at our schools. So we cannot suffer because of the corruption that is plaguing the Republic of South Africa, not at all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. You may proceed. Honorable Member, you are recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was actually responding to that question.
Okay, do
Thank
you
you.
agree, sir? Do you agree that you
No,
can
no,
respond?
she was
Oh,
going
okay.
to.
Any other questions? Yeah, we'll take you. You are recognized, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. My question is, you mentioned something about parents not, you're going to educate parents that who are partaking in child decision making, right? So my question will be, how are we going to get all those parent education due to the children
Thank you.
decision making?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Just before we proceed with Commissioner 7, one of our parliamentarians, honorable members, has suggested that this panel not only be a question and answer session, but also you are more than welcome to add additional information and give your input as well. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Standing in front of you all is Honorable Member Kanyisile Somagata from the beautiful mother city, Cape Town in Western Cape. The lack of education and the quality of education we get. My introduction. At the dawn of democracy, around the same time that South Africa rectified the Convention of the Rights of a Child, our education system was in despair. It was a system that favored a few, perpetrated a little, and was also racist. Today, we boast on a system with 11.2 million South African children from across the board between the age of 7 to 17 found to have attended some amount of quality education. Our curriculum is inclusive and comprehensive. Our resources. Limited resources. That's part of our economic growth. We have, especially in rural areas, lack of textbook means learners have to depend on teachers. We have limited amount of sporting opportunities and cultural opportunities. Only formal Model C schools have extramural activities outside education. Schools need to be more accessible, especially for children with disabilities. Lack of resources for the ECDs, lack of monitoring of centers by the DCDs, poor quality of textbooks, some even missing pages. Teachers. Some teachers only think that they could teach because of the degree of the profession they get. There's no passion, there's no skill or no experience. Teachers lack skills as well. General lack of teachers in certain areas. Broader issues in society. Gangsterism, substance abuse, bullying, teenage pregnancy, violent protections, taverns, bars next to schools, lack of water in communities. Children end up walking kilometers to access water. That causes a little time for children to study. Schools curriculum. Schools of skills offer certificates on the skills acquired that the child should get. School system let people go without formal certificates of acknowledgement for skills acquired at school level, making it hard for the child to find employment. School policies. Gender. Schools don't allow you to wear uniform of sexual operations on your related with. Religion. Emphasizes on Christianity. Non-Christian members modelized. Suggestion. Instead of prayer, we should have a silent moment for everyone to include other religions as well. Former Model C schools still allow conducts that have been formed in apartheid. Church schools enforce their religion on learners, not talking or thinking about the accountabilities of the religion they have at home. Life orientation. We all know that we don't take life orientation seriously. Sports counts for a certain percentage in ALO, but not all of us are interested in sport. So instead of having that practical training, we should have like a community service for the children who's not interested in sports. High school dropout level is being too high. Number of children staying in school, out of school, is way too high. We
You have
have to
57
concentrate
seconds to
on
wrap
that.
up, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry. Transport problem, especially in rural areas, the lack of responsibility from the government. The main issues we face is infrastructure, resources, school code of conduct. What would we like to improve on? Strengthening activism of the RCLs to hold teachers, school departments accountable. Limited communication between students, teachers, and the department. And that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed with the questions, I would like to ask the Commissioner from Commissioner 8, from Commission 8, Kut Lono Apane, to please come and take his seat over here. Thank you very much. I would just like to repeat that this is now a contribute session, so you are more than welcome to contribute to the session by not asking a question, but giving your input. We'll start over here with the Deputy President. You are recognized.
Honorable Speaker, I'd like to add that as a commission, we suggested that government audit and ensure that school codes of conduct set by the SGB are in line with the Constitution, because it is unacceptable that Muslims cannot grow beards, Muslims cannot wear hijab, African girls cannot wear ethnic hair and have to subscribe to white colonial standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a question over here. You are recognized, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. This is actually, I want to add something. So I want to add something on the solutions. So I think if the government could come up with a solution whereby they raise the people's taxes. Ne? So if people pay a higher amount of tax, so I think the government could make the schools to receive the same quality education. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I would just like to keep it fair, so if I can take this honorable member's point. You are recognized, honorable member.
Good day, Honorable Speaker. I am from the Northwest. You said something about teachers having or lacking passion to teaching. So my question is, hasn't your commission given a proposition as to why teachers lack no passion in teaching in regards to learners being disrespectful and having no disregard for teachers within their workplace? Thank you.
Okay,
can you
I
answer
that question? Okay, we have seen by now that there are many videos sent on YouTube, viral media, of children that are disrespecting teachers. How do you think the teachers are feeling? So many people right now don't want to take the profession of teaching. So now people just take teaching as a degree, not as a passion, not as a skill, neither experience. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one question over there. You are recognized, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member.
Now I would like to ask a question on whether you are talking about teachers wanting experience to teach. How do you expect people who want to be teachers gain experience without applying to be teachers?
Okay, in schools there's something called practical teaching that student teachers come to school to come and check if how the teaching profession would do.
Unfortunately, your time is up, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. We will now be calling Honorable Apani from Commission 8, Child Protection at Home, Schools and Communities. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Tobela, good morning, goeiemorgen, Nimacheroni, Nda. This is Honorable Kutlwana Apani from Limpopo, representing St. Mark's College and also my province and all the children in the country. Honorable members, I greet you all. I am the Speaker of the Commission 8, which speaks about child protection. Child protection is the protection of children from violence, exploitation, abuse, and neglect. Whatever it is that is written as the act which protects children has both its relevance and irrelevance. The relevance is the beautiful outcomes we've had thus far, while the irrelevance is the unattended matters which are continuously contested against. It can be argued that it is only the government's job to protect children, but truth be told, everyone actually has an end of a bargain to keep. It takes a village to raise a child. I will be focusing on challenges, roles, opportunities, objectives, and solutions. Challenges. These are challenges that are still faced by children even 25 years after their rights were drafted and implemented. Human trafficking is one of them. Child abuse and bullying. Children are abused in various ways, but the outstanding one of them is actually bullying. Exploitative labor. Some children are not given the chance to enjoy being children because they are being forced to be breadwinners, while others work very hard for low wages. Children are also not given the chance to participate in decision making. The other one, roles of children. Children have a role of protecting themselves from things that can put them in danger. Children's lives can be in danger in places of high concentration and those of low concentration, such as schools, parks, towns, and cities. They can protect themselves by, for example, walking in groups after school. Children need to play a role of voicing out and seek for advices on how they can voice out about problems that are bothering them. The other one is opportunities. The opportunities of child protection are the newly introduced programs which give children the chance to participate in local government programs, which also try by all means to reach out to all children within the communities. Child protection also gives the opportunity to let it be known to officials that we are in need of child-friendly communities. And now I'm on my objective. We as South African children, we would like a South Africa that is a crime-free South Africa, abuse-free South Africa, a safe country, a country whereby our rights and ourselves are prioritized by the government, a country whereby we are given the chance to feel like children instead of being stressed by responsibilities of our elders. Our solutions rather, is that we do not need Child Protection Week, but rather an everyday child protection implementation, because we believe it will make us feel much safer than we do now. Any individual who commits an offense against children must be given a very harsh sentence to prevent
the repetition of the same or any other offense. No one must be allowed to ever disrespect the children's rights. Neighborhood watch groups should be introduced in all parts of South Africa to ensure child-friendly environments. The 16 days of activism of women and children against abuse should be split into 2 campaigns. This is because it does not go according to Chapter 2, Section 9 of the Constitution, which says everyone is equal before the eyes of the law, because women are mostly the focus of the campaign. And our conclusion is that, dear South Africa, we as children need your protection. For as much as we are the smallest percentage of today's population, we are surely 100% of the future. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker at the podium. Before we proceed with questions, I would just like to ask Honorable Onkabese Moleko from Commission 9, Consultation on Strategy by the Human Rights Commission, to please come and take a seat here in the front. Are there any questions? I think we'll start on this side now. Honorable Member, you are recognized because I saw your hand up before. You are recognized. No, sorry, Honorable Member, the Honorable Member next to you. The Honorable, there, she's recognized. You are recognized, Honorable Member.
Thank you for the recognition. My name is Bulelwa Hlongwane from the Gauteng team. And my question is that, how can we close the link in our South African border to promote the safety from human trafficking and the illegal immigration that is currently taking place in our country?
Please repeat your question.
How can we close the link in our South African border to promote the safety from human trafficking and illegal immigrations that are happening in our country?
Okay. I believe that it's not a wrong thing to copy from other countries. Of course, every country has its own customs, but as we can see that other countries that we are in partnership with implement more on the toughness of their immigration security. I believe that if the immigration security toughens up in international airports such as the OR Tambo, Cape Town Airport, then yes, surely we can stop that. Any question again?
You are recognized, Honorable Member.
I am Honorable Otepemba Baile from the Northwest Province.
Please speak louder. Speak louder,
I'm
please.
Otepemba Baile from the Northwest Province. So you mentioned that working in groups is a suitable solution. So my question is working in groups a suitable solution for child protection at communities? How safe is that? Or rather, how sure is that solution? Isn't it going to put that specific group in a larger risk of getting raped, for example, or getting kidnapped? Thank you.
Okay. Can I answer that?
Yes, you may.
Well, ma'am, my answer will be that, as you know, we are all school kids in here. And if we walk in groups, someone in that group will escape and go and report what happened. Because people are being called suspects while they are culprits, and we are tired of that. If you are a culprit, you are a culprit. We saw you committing that thing. Why be called a suspect? Exactly. No reason.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you are recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So I get it that due to status quo, children have to take it upon themselves to protect themselves. But do you think that it's fair that children are living in fear within their own homes and communities?
Please repeat that.
Do you think that it's fair that children have to live in fear within their own communities?
No, that's surely not fair for them to live in fear. Because as a child, you did not decide to be born.
Thank you. Your time is up, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. I will now be handing over to Onkabese Moleko from Commission 9, Consultation on Strategy by the Human Rights Commission. You may proceed, Honorable.
Greetings to all honorable members, honorable parliamentarians, honorable speaker, and Mr. President. I am Onkabetse Moleko from the Northwest, and my topic is having a children's rights unit in the South African Human Rights Commission. Under Commission 9, Human Rights Commission, all protocol is observed. Re batla go le lemosa botlhokwa ba ditshwanelo tsa bana ba Afrika Borwa. So honorable members, we all know that by child, we mean a young individual who is under the legal age of majority is 18, and that a right is a legal, social, or ethical principle of freedom and entitlement. And lastly, a unit is a single, yet whole part of something. All in all, the Children's Rights Unit is a unit for the children under the legal age, which will carry out, support, promote children's rights under the Human Rights Commission. Looking back on the reflections of this commission, the SHRC does not have a dedicated children's rights unit to focus on the children's rights. The United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child, UNCRC, in 2016 made comments on the concluding observation that resources and capacity of the SAHRC is not sufficient to promote and protect children's rights. The complaints procedure is not known and accessible to children. The African Committee of Experts said that there's lack of financial resources in the SHRC to promote and protect children's rights, and it must establish an independent body. Let me move on to the opportunities and achievements of this commission. There's a Children's Commissioner, Menji Mokwetla. The commission wants to establish a dedicated children's rights unit in the SAHRC. This unit will monitor government and make sure it upholds the children's rights. It will also provide a safe and accessible space for children to report a child's rights violation. The challenges, however, members have given this unit a setback with reaching its vision. The challenges are as per status quo. Children are not aware of their rights. Children are not aware of the SHRC, which results in them not reporting anything. Children are afraid to be judged and afraid that they won't be taken seriously, which is why they keep quiet. Children do not have a podium and or a platform for them to voice out their opinions to the entire country. And lastly, children are scared to speak out against their parents or guardians who are abusing them because they might lose their shelter and security. By implementing the Child Rights Unit within the SAHRC as this commission, the country we want to see in 2030 will be a country that will uphold the 4 pillars of the child's rights, which are child survival, child development, child participation, and child protection. Survival meaning the basic necessities that a child needs, child development, which is similar to child survival, but which is provided by the government, such as the SARS, which is too little for per status quo, free, updated, and accessible education, and as well as clean sanitation and toilets. Child participation meaning refers to a platform where children are given opportunity to voice out their platforms, and child protection, which refers to the safety of the children, such as having improved government subsidy houses known as RDP houses. What we want to see as well is children going to the Children's Commissioner to report the violation of their rights freely with no hesitation. And lastly, for children to be happy and have their needs met and rights respected. Our commitment and role we are playing to this commission is, as young leaders, we want to make sure this unit gets implemented, spread awareness in our communities and schools about Children's Rights Unit. The government implements our strategies for children to have access to this unit and to expand the podium for children. In conclusion, this is South Africa, and every child has the right to opinion, expression, shelter, and basic needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any questions? Any additions that you would like to add?
Damn it.
We'll start over here. You are recognized, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So I noticed something, or we noticed something actually as part of the Gender Commission, that society is actually not noticing that boys are actually part of children. Now, this is something that happens, right? When we utter the word rape, people think that a girl child was raped, which makes boy children to be scared to express themselves if they were victims of rape within that sort. So as part of the strategies, I hereby add that we should also consider that boy children are also victims and not just perpetrators in this instance. So we should advocate for equality in a sense where we also implement it in a sense of uprising boys, and boys are also important. As soon as we equalize boys and girls, that's where patriarchy will be demolished. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Can I answer that?
Just wait, please. You are recognized, Honorable Member, at the back. Sorry, Honorable Member. I recognize the Honorable Member at the back.
This is not applicable.
Please stand up.
Okay, sorry everyone.
you.
This is not applicable to anything, but Honorable Speaker, you have not recognized us at the back for a while now. So we ask that, may you just please like also look this side, I think.
I do apologize. Thank you. Are there any other questions or additions? Yes, Honorable Member.
I apologize to the room again. I'm sorry, but this is my job. I'd like to raise an appointed order for relevance. This does not fit into this commission. It falls under gender equality, which has been mentioned before.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You recognize, Honorable Member? You recognize, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to add on what she said about the children not knowing their rights. This year, a few months ago, the first manifesto was handed into the Constitution. We were promised that it was going to be given to various schools, but then I saw yesterday they gave them back to us. What about the other kids?
Can you answer that?
No, he was adding.
Okay. Are there any additions, any more? Would you like to add? You're recognized.
My addition will be on what, should I stand up?
Yes, please do. Sorry.
My addition will be on what that honorable speaker said. It's been bothering us as boys in various schools and various provinces of South Africa that us as boys, we are seen as perpetrators while we are not the ones whom are committing the wrongs of the men that are continuously reported on the news. So I'm saying that South Africa should also act according to the word democratic country, because I think that they are contradicting the definition of that word. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You may take your seat, Commissioner. I will now be excusing myself and handing over to the presiding officer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for taking my place in my absentia. We have now concluded our orders of the day, and we will now move to the second part of our program. At this stage, we now call upon the remarks by the UNICEF, which will be done by Mr. Sudesh Reddy. It is not allocated. 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes.
I thought it best to ask Madam Speaker how much time I have. Good morning, delegates to the Children's Parliament. I'm delighted to be here. This is a very special place at a very special time. My name is Sudesh Reddy. I'm representing the United Nations Children's Fund UNICEF office based in Pretoria. Special thanks to our Deputy Minister, to the MEC, to members of the provincial government here for hosting us. So UNICEF does these major events all over the world for World Children's Day, which many of you know was on the 20th of November. On the 20th of November, we were privileged that the Department of Social Development, whom we have to thank for today, hosted another session in the National Parliament. Now, UNICEF have offices in 193 countries. But this is, I believe, the only country that has had 2 parliamentary sessions to commemorate children, to commemorate the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So I think you can give yourselves and the DSD and all those who made today possible a round of applause. So what we've seen today, I think we all agree, I'm sitting with our fellow partners here from the South African Human Rights Commission, the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund and Save the Children, is that we are watching democracy in action. I really liked a line that was said earlier, which is that, by one of the participants, we are powerful and we have views. And we have heard those views, and we have listened to those views. There was another comment made, a question actually, does what we say matter? Because we are not here to impress. And you're right. What you say does matter, and you are not here to impress. You are here to share your expertise, to share your experience, and we were inspired by what we heard. From crime to substance abuse, gender inequality to quality education, from cyberbullying to sexual identity, you covered it. You did. You brought up the issues to us, and all of us have heard you today. UNICEF strongly pushes an agenda of child participation, youth participation. So it's incredible to be here and hear you speak frankly. And you speak frankly because we live in a democracy. And we should not forget that 25 years into South Africa's democracy, that you are in a country that lets you speak your mind. There are many other places in this world, the majority perhaps, where you cannot speak as frankly and openly and truthfully as you did today. So we also acknowledge 25 years of democracy in South Africa. We acknowledge 30 years of the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC. And 1989 was a very different year, a very different time, which maybe the minority of us in this room can remember. And as we look back on 25 years at this critical time, we must acknowledge the achievements. There are more children in primary and high school in the world today than ever before. Fewer children are dying of malnutrition than ever before. There are more girls in school than ever before. We talk about issues that affect minorities, whether they're racial, sexual, indigenous, people who have been on the margins in so many societies than ever before. And you helped us do that today. I really liked the line by one of the participants which said, "We are 100% of the future." And you are. So part of being 100% of the future also means to be proactive. And I really liked in the Q&A that we had such a response saying, what's the solution? What are we going to do? And that came throughout. Part of the solution means
9 seconds to wrap up.
don't be a passive, I don't know why I asked you what the time limit was, Madam Speaker. Part of it means that you have to speak up when you see bullying, that you have to challenge issues when they come up. Don't be passive, don't be a bystander, because another line that was inspiring, if I can change myself, I can change the world, one of your speakers said at the opening. Incredible words. So now, as we commemorate 16 days of activism, as we look back on Human Rights Day, International Human Rights Day next week, and we have the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights here as well, as we talk about 30 years of the CRC, let's look forward. Special thanks to the Department of Social Development, to the Deputy Minister, the MEC, and everybody who's brought us here today. But more than that, thank you to you for your eloquence, your honesty, your resilience, your passion, and your power. Let's walk this journey together. Thank you.
I now call upon Sibongile Mkhabela from Nelson Mandela Children's Fund to address us.
Dumelang bana ba ka. Menjani? Mifukile? Iso. Ntahatlisa swinene. President, Speaker, and the President of the Children's Parliament, Sean Morocha, ambassadors and alumni present, Deputy Minister Mahupane Zulu, Human Rights Commissioner Mema Kwetla, ministers, MECs, and other spheres of government present here. I recognize Save the Children's Head, as well as UNICEF, our REPSI colleagues in absentia. Today honors Madiba more than any other day. He passed away on the 5th of December, and we gather today and we honor him again. And nothing would honor him more than the voices of children. I speak as someone who reported to him and heard him directly speak every year as we gathered our children, and he would say, remember, we do not work for children, we work with children. Their voices count. Nothing, therefore, today honors him more. Speaker, I do not intend to make a speech. I intend to remind us of a few things. There's a video that will cover some of the important points, but I stand today to simply remind us that this exercise is an earnest exercise. It's not a mini-me exercise. We are not trying to recreate ourselves. The platform is to familiarize you and inculcate in you not the protocols, the pomp, the ceremony of Parliament, but the underlying values and principles of our constitutional democracy. Secondly, today I stand, Speaker, to also remind you as young people, as our children, that you stand on the shoulders of giants. That means that you see further than the giant, and you have perspectives that we don't have, and we wish to have. And finally, I want to say, from the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, we're very proud today that we feel we have finally listened to you, and we will introduce to you young people who will then lead us and all our partners in further giving voice to children, remembering that you are the ones without a vote, and these platforms help to bridge that and give you a vote. I will play a video just to cover some of the areas wanted to cover. Thank you very much. Nalebo.
from South African Human Rights Commission to address us. You have 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Minister for Social Development, our Honorable Speaker, MEC, all the partners that are here, but the most important people, of course, are the members of the Children's Parliament. So thank you. We have heard what you have said, and we have taken note from the honorable members, because I have dedicated myself to lifelong learning. So I have taken a lot of lessons from you. You represent the voiceless children of South Africa. So your participation here in this Children's Parliament, we are not taking very lightly, because part of our mandate is to ensure participation of children in matters that concern them. And that is why your being here and applying yourselves so seriously is taken very seriously by us, and I'm sure by our partners. Now, Commission 9 has done the work that I'm supposed to do today, and they have stated it so eloquently. But I just want to talk about 2 recommendations amongst the recommendations made by the UNCRC. I want to highlight 2. The CRC has recommended that the South African government should legally mandate the Human Rights Commission to appoint a commissioner exclusively dedicated to the rights of the child. It also stated that government must provide sufficient human, technical, and financial resources to such a function and guarantee its independence in order to effectively promote and protect the rights of the children. I am happy to say that the South African Human Rights Commission has mandated me to be the commissioner focusing on the rights of children. So this has been done. And we are grateful for that. But because the Human Rights Commission has a broad mandate to promote and protect the rights of every person living in South Africa, due to this huge mandate and limited resources, it has been impossible to specifically focus on children's rights. It is therefore of utmost importance that the Human Rights Commission should have a dedicated unit to address children's rights. And this is what Commission 9 was dealing with. It is envisaged that the unit will carry, among others, carry out the following roles: establish an efficient and effective complaints handling office with an emergency toll-free line that will be available to children. We have got to become accessible to children. We must effectively monitor the government's observance to laws, policies, and treaties adopted to promote and protect children's rights. So treaties such as the UNCRC, we are supposed to monitor that they are domesticated and that they are applied to our children's rights. To provide recommendations, proposals, and reports on matters concerning the promotion and protection of children's rights to Parliament, to government, and to other competent bodies. The unit should promote and ensure harmonization of national legislation, regulations, and practice, as I've said, which we will harmonize with international human rights instruments. Encourage ratification or accession of
57
instruments.
seconds to wrap up.
How many seconds?
50.
Huh?
54.
Oh, almost a minute. Thank you.
Counting.
And then this unit should lobby for structures to ensure the full implementation of children's rights. Now, one of those structures which we would like to see, is the re-establishment of the Office on the Rights of the Child in the Presidency. The dissolution of the Office on the Rights of the Child and the Department for Women, Children, and People with Disabilities has resulted in the end of the parliamentary committees whose role included oversight and holding of government to account for measures taken to ensure the realization of children's rights. So in its concluding observations, the UNCRC recommended that the state party must ensure an appropriate coordinating body that should be established at a high interministerial level as it was originally placed. So we would like to call for the re-establishment of the ORC in the presidency to ensure effective government-wide child-centered planning, monitoring, reporting, and follow-up in order to achieve the country's rights-based sustainable development goals. I thank you.
I now call upon the Deputy Minister, Ms. Nonhlanhla Mildred Khoza, MEC of Social Development, KZN. Oh, there was a hand.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I was just saying that it would be honorable if you use the titles Mr. or Mrs. before an elder's name when acknowledging them.
Come again?
I feel like it would be honorable if you use the titles Mr. or Mrs. when acknowledging an elder.
Okay. My apologies. I now call upon Ms. Nonhlanhla, that's what you're saying, right? I now call upon Ms. Nonhlanhla Mildred Khoza, MEC of Social Development.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity afforded to me. Thank you for the wonderful debate you just heard. It was loud and clear. Especially, I want to introduce our Deputy Minister. We are pleased that the Parliament is hosted by us as KZN after a number of incidents we have experienced. Deputy Minister, our children, I want to say, are under siege. As of now, we have just experienced incidents like the killing, brutal murder of four kids strangled by their father. As if it's not enough, we had another incident whereby 2 kids were strangled by their biological father again. So we are saying we should say something. And of course, we did hear you, and we are going to take that into consideration because it has kept us as the government of the day on toes. So you made your voices clear. We are taking that. We thank that the Honorable Deputy Minister Henrietta Zulu is here with us today. That says a lot to us as KZN. And she is no new person in KZN. We have enjoyed her initiatives. There's one, I think you no longer know it, Minister, but we know it through you. Izingane Kuqala program. So we still enjoy that. It was your initiative. The minister is very passionate about children's rights. So we can welcome our minister whilst she's making her way to the podium. Thank you.
So I don't have time limit. You can take all the time. Very good. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me acknowledge all of the members of Parliament. Good morning, honorable members. Oh, is it afternoon already? Oh, my apologies, Nkosi yami. Good afternoon, honorable members. I hope the afternoon and the morning has been a morning that has been very pleasant. As the Department of Social Development, let me start to do my responsibilities. We're always honored and privileged to house the rights of the child and to also house the protection of children. It's always also a very honor for us as the department to be the ones that ensures that children have access to comprehensive social security. It's also our right and our honor and privilege to ensure that we implement the policy to strengthen families. At this present moment, we're actually also rolling out, I want to see the boys' assemblies. Who knows about them? Okay, so there are those that knows. And we're rolling out the boys' assemblies because we want to respond to some of what you raised. Where as boys you feel we are only focusing on girls and leaving you out. So we are correcting that because it is important for us to correct that so that we make sure that as we empower girls, we empower boys. As we create a platform to listen to girls, we create a platform to listen to boys. And we create same safe spaces where boys can also have a space to articulate how they feel. And it is one of those programs that are there and that I know for a fact, having sat here this morning, it will get us to the end of gender-based violence, femicide, and domestic violence, and violence against children. But I also want to say we're also learning a lot. Like me, I'm committed to lifelong learning. Every boys' assembly is different, and every voice of a child is different. But everything that they say influence how I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning, having been placed in this privileged office to actually implement that which children are saying. When I spend time with dear daughters in the spaces where girls are, it's the same privilege and honor because when I wake up tomorrow morning, I need to begin to say, the girls have spoken and what is it that I'm going to do? I said this morning, and I listened to each and every one of you, and I must say, I was saying to the MEC next to me, yo, abanye ba debate better than the members of parliament in Cape Town. I don't know from your side, Madam Speaker, whether they debate better than the members in the KZN legislature. And they were laughing But this was feedback to really say, for us, listening to you speak gave me the assurance and the confidence that South Africa has a future. And when South Africa has a future, it means what is left is that as the department, we must protect that future. We must protect that future from alcohol abuse by ensuring that we've got responsive underage drinking programs. We must protect that future by ensuring that they are not sold or they are not turned into drug addicts, by ensuring that we've got drug awareness programs that are responsive to your needs. How many of you, by show of hands, know Kimoja? Very few. That means we're not doing a great job. So we must go back to the drawing line as a department, because that is a program that is supposed to support children and young people to be able to say, sorry, mina ngimoja, I'm fine without drugs, no thanks. So I'll go back and tell the team that if the Children's Parliament don't know about Kimoja, that means there is something that we need to change. Because that is the program that says, as a child, you need to be empowered. You must have all the facts and you must have access to the information that assists you to say, sorry baba, sorry mama, Kimoja, I'm sharp without drugs. And we need to revisit that program. I want to say how many of you knows the program YOLO? YOLO, the same thing. YOLO is a program that is meant for young people. It is our You Only Live Once program that deals with young people, and that actually reminds you that you have one life to live, one chance, one opportunity. So instead of saying, I only live once so I can drink as much as I can, you'd rather say, I only live once, I have the best legacy to leave. So YOLO is a program, and I will go back to the team, because if you at this level don't know YOLO in the numbers you are supposed to, that means there's something that we are not doing well. So we are actually in the process of rebranding YOLO, because we realize that there are challenges in terms of YOLO achieving the set goals. How many of you, especially girls, know Zazi? Wow. So it says to us as a department, we have this, how many of you knows Everyday Heroes? So this is a feedback to us as the Department of Social Development, and I hope the officials responsible for these programs are seeing that there should be somewhere where we are not doing what we are required to do. Because these parliaments are also a measure and feedback for us as the department to reflect on whether we are implementing and facilitating the programs of children, and whether children know their rights, whether children know their responsibilities. You know, you cannot just have rights and then think that you don't have responsibilities, right? Every right comes with a responsibility. If you believe you have the right to education, you have the responsibility to respect your teachers. And we've heard you. If you believe you have the right to shelter, you have the responsibility to respect your parents. So every right that every South African child has comes with a responsibility. And I would like you to take today very seriously. I also want to say I appreciated the fact that children without disabilities stood up proudly and spoke about children with disabilities. That means inclusion, and an inclusive society that we aspire to achieve is slowly beginning to happen, because they are children first, and then we acknowledge their disabilities. And therefore, when you, as the future, are beginning to be conscious of the special needs of children with disabilities, it gives us hope that the future looks brighter. The African continent where you live has the youngest population in the world. The question that I want you to take home is this young population going to be a blessing, or is it going to be a curse? You are, and you believe you are the future. But from where I am standing, you are actually the present, because the future is not promised. But from listening to you, from hearing you, I stand proud, because I know that the South Africa we are all aspiring will be in safe hands. As we get to the end of the 16 days of no violence against women and children, we take serious note and acknowledge that indeed the campaign tends to elevate the issues around women, and the issues of children get lost in translation. We note that, and that is why on International Human Rights Day, we will be back in Kwazulu Natal, KwaNkosi Ciliza, to actually focus on rural children and to ensure that they will also be educated on their rights, they will also be engaged, and they will also get to see to understand what International Day means and what does the Convention on the Rights of Children mean, and how and where and what and who is responsible to ensure that every step they take, they have the necessary support. So on the 10th of December, we will be elevating the issues around child protection as we celebrate the UN Convention on the Rights of Children. As I come closer, I want to say a few things so that I can do the ceremonial things. It comes with the job. My personal message to you, my children. My first daughter is 29. My second daughter is 23. Oh, my first daughter's name is Kialebucha. She's 29. She has a master's in corporate communication. She's visually impaired because I'm visually impaired. Gone to a school for the blind all her life. She works for Coca-Cola. My second daughter, her name is Trompo. She's doing her master's, her first year master's. She's a film editor. That's what she chose. She's doing her first year, her master's. She's going to do her second year. She's leaving in December to do her second year in Korea so that she can have an international master's program, because she believes that Hollywood is overrated Asia is the next big thing. And my last daughter is Zanele, and she is 16 and she is in grade 11. She's also visually impaired at Prince of School for visually impaired children. Now, I'm telling you this story because I want you to understand that for me, as I stand here as a visually impaired 48-year-old, I went to Parliament at 23. So I've literally given my whole youth to serve in South Africa. So for 25 years, I was a member of Parliament. For 15 years of that, a deputy minister. And for the first time in the 6th administration, I get to be a deputy minister without being a member of Parliament. I did not do that. I did not achieve that by sitting around, by moaning, by complaining, by being disrespectful. I achieved that because, like the first speaker said, by believing in myself. Even though I was visually impaired, I knew that I had greatness within me. So I want each one of you, when the going gets tough and the tough gets going, and it is that day you need to look within yourself, because each one of us are born with that inner strength. Secondly, when the days are dark and the lights are off, as we acknowledge that as children, you also go into depression to the extent that you commit suicide, we are alive to those realities. We want you to create a friend. I remember one of the things that I did was write my dreams down, and I sticked them where I will see them every day. And I would read them to myself. And if I had a detour, I will see it as a pit stop. And then I will go back onto the journey. Because my dream has always been, I want to be great because there is greatness within me. And I saw the greatness in each one of you. Even within those that never opened their mouths, your greatness, your presence was felt, acknowledged, and appreciated. So never allow anyone, not your mother, not your father, not your uncle, not even your teacher, not even your peer, to make you feel less than what you are. Do we have a deal? Yes. Perfect. If we have a deal that you are not going to allow anyone at any point to make you feel less than what you are, then South Africa has definitely, the future looks brighter than I thought. At this point, allow me to then take this opportunity to thank those that steered this ship in 2018. And as I call their names, I would like them to stand, please. In 2018, I said 2016, Lord have mercy. 2018, for those that steered this amazing ship for us in 2018, I would like to pass not my personal, but South Africa's gratitude. On behalf of South Africa's children, you've done an amazing work. For every child that stands up to get a taste of what leadership and what leading from the front means, it's a security of a country and it's a stability of the country. So we're going to keep this ship moving. So allow me to thank, on behalf of South Africa, the Children's President, Sean Maroga from Mpumalanga. Mr. President, let's do this. Come to the middle, to the center. Yes, so you come straight right up to where the table is. So, Mr. President, you've had the honor to have the title. We are looking forward to you working us out of our jobs. And we are looking forward to you being better than President Ramaphosa in the future. I'd like to thank Madam Speaker, Ms. Dominic Mortensen from Kwazulu Natal. Madam Speaker, one of the successes South African Parliament has had is that it is amongst the parliaments in the world where speakers were mostly women. We have the highest number of speakers. So in you have tasted, you have had the opportunity. Please be better than the speakers that have led the South African Parliament. It is okay for you to be better than Frini Jinwala, better than Thandi Modise, and we give you that permission to shine. Allow me to thank the Deputy Speaker, Mme Khomotso Molaudzi from Gauteng. Deputy Speaker, if the Speaker doesn't have a deputy, then the House will not function. As deputies, as I stand here as a deputy myself, most of the time we do all the work, and then those above us gets all the credit. So you must know that it comes with a lot of hard work. Okay, Deputy Speaker Warun. Oh, she's not here. Oh, she's far away. But as she comes, it is very important that you never ever think that just because you are the Deputy Speaker, you are second best. It does not work like that. It just ensures that the system of governance never stops. When anything or for whatever reason the Speaker is not available, the Deputy Speaker can ensure the ship. So please, you can challenge Ntate Lichisa for his job and give him a run for his money. 2018 ambassadors, Honorable Thandokuhle Sithiyo from Gauteng, Honorable Sihle Nkabinde from Mpumalanga, Honorable Keith Chituni from Limpopo, Honorable Dominic Motitsa from KZN, who's also the Speaker, Honorable Nwabisa Mbizolo from the Western Cape. As they are coming, as I call their names, they are joining La Payana Agit. We agreed that kumele babe lapha. So start working, guys. Honorable Nicholas Malan from the Northern Cape, Honorable Anati Bagata from the Eastern Cape, Honorable Lead Els from the Northwest, and Honorable Masiho Mohulu from the Free State. Honorable members, One of the things I want to tell you about politics, which I have the authority, having been a legislator for 25 years, and having been the youngest member of parliament until this year. So I was the youngest member of parliament at 23 until the 21-year-old arrived in the 6th administration to break my records. So I want to say to you, there are no police on the way to parliament. There are just determined spirits, leaders that are willing and able and that are committed to serving. One of the authors said, if the time comes where you feel that you want to serve yourself and not serve those that you are required to serve, that must be a line that says, time to go. Are we all together? It means as a leader, when the people say, Icona, it is time for you to say thank you. So we're looking forward, we'll be looking for your names, we'll be following you, we will be tagging you on your, tabbing you on your journey through life, because we invested in you and we expect to see the dividends. So let's give them a very, very big round of applause. Thank you, guys. You made it. You led us. We are here, and we will never forget the steps that you did. You may be seated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now it is my singular honor and privilege once again to inaugurate the incoming members of parliament that will take the baton from the ones that we have just thanked. They did an amazing work. They've set the bar very high. We hope you will stretch your hands and it will be close enough for you to reach. And the 2019 Children's President, who will be giving His Excellency President Ramaphosa the run for his money, is none other than Freddy Ramunyai from Limpopo. Welcome, Mr. President. You do the same, you go and stand there. So, Mr. President, we will be looking up to you to making sure that you are active and you represent South Africa's children, but not only represent them, but you are visible, you are heard, because you are the children's president. So we're looking forward to ensuring that the issues of children will be before us because of your leadership. The Deputy President who will give Deputy President Mabuza the run for his money is none other than Honorable Yusuf Bat from Northwest. I'm just worried about the gender equality part. So, and I know you spoke about it, so I have hope as we go along, it's something that we will internalize. Because if we internalize it at this age, it becomes easier as you grow up, right, guys? 2019, the Speaker that will steer the ship to the right direction and give Meta Ndimudise the run for her money will be none other than Honorable Tato Mhlungu from Gauteng. The 2019 Deputy Speaker, who will be the support to the Speaker in ensuring that everything goes according to plan and that so who will ensure that the Speaker always has support and give Ntate Lechisa the run for his money. It's none other than Alexia Marcus from the Western Cape. The secretary, which we normally call the engine room of the parliament, because they need to keep the records, ensure that everything we said is properly written and all the members are actively included, is none other than Nolutando Kapa from the Northern Cape. And the 2019 Deputy Secretary, who will ensure that when the Secretary is not there, the car doesn't stop moving, is none other than Ufenze Mereyetlo from the Northwest. Those are our presiding officers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Speaker, the MEC, and all the dignitaries to quickly do the honorable thing of sending these children by shaking their hands, sending them off on a journey that they will get to lead and be the voice, the legs, the feet. So all the excellencies that took the podium, they know themselves. Shall we take this opportunity to congratulate our presiding officers? Thank you so much. Let's welcome them with the biggest applause and give them the responsibility to lead us. You may be seated. Well done, congratulations. You may be seated. You may be seated. Lead us Be out there. We will support you. We'll give you the wings, the tools, so that you ensure that we never forget South Africa's children. Allow me now, it's my singular honor, once again, to inaugurate the child ambassadors for the 2019. Our first ambassador is from the Free State, Ziani Zatura. Zaim Zatura. And she's followed from, It's written Miss here. I'm reading what is written. So somebody's writing and I didn't lift my head. Please stand the way they were standing. Sorry, Honorable Zaim. And then he's followed by, let me just say honorable, then I'm not in trouble. Honorable Tato Mhlungu from Gauteng. Followed by Buhle Matebula from Mpumalanga. Followed by Siviwe Mboyana from Kwazulu Natal. Followed by Ayaka Tono from the Western Cape. Followed by Lisa Lambert from the Northern Cape. Followed by Simangele Jack from the Eastern Cape. Last but not least, followed by Utepeng Babeile from the Northwest Province. And we shall follow the same process by the same excellencies to congratulate the ambassadors. As soon as the same walk,
Ma'am, sorry to disturb.
hold on. It means Limpopo is missing. The Limpopo River swallowed Tsepang Mahladisa from Limpopo. Thank you very much. Let's give them an amazing. You may be seated. As we go into the festive season, a time that we would like you to spend with your families, for us at Social Development is also a time where children abuse alcohol. So we want to make a call to yourselves that you are our present, you are our future, and we are busy building a South Africa that we want. And it won't make any difference if we build this South Africa and there's no one to inhabit the South Africa. So as we work to build the South Africa that we want, the roads, the buildings, in you today, yesterday, and into the next year and into the future, we have planted and declared that come 2030, we know we will have inhabitants that will inhabit the South Africa that we want. So please, guys, the girls, the boys, Machita, Macheri, don't disappoint. Be the future that shines brighter, and be the South African that is entitled to inherit the South Africa that we all want. At this time, it's also once again my singular honor and privilege as I leave the podium to call Judy Volmarans, who's going to read the declaration. As she comes, I want to say to you, Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2020. And there is a number that you must know on your heads over and above the child line. It's 0800 428 428. 0800 GBV. There is a social worker 24/7 on the other side of the line to enable you to report, to access the many services that we have to offer. Thank you very much. God bless.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and all honorable members. I will be taking you through the 9th Nelson Mandela Child's Parliament Declaration. We, the children and youth from all 9 provinces of South Africa, on the occasion of the 9th Nelson Mandela Child's Parliament held on the 6th December 2019 in Pietermaritzburg, Kwazulu Natal Province, under the theme reflecting on the 25 years of South Africans' children's rights, challenges and opportunities. Through much discussions and debates about the conditions and circumstances of children and youth in South Africa, we acknowledge the work that government has done through legislation to protect children, as well as increasing access to basic services that respond to our needs. However, we believe that more still needs to be done. We, the children, working jointly with government, civil society, and private sector, have a role to play in shaping our country for the better. Given the foregoing, the 9th Nelson Mandela Child's Parliament resolved as follows. Portfolio Committee 1, Coordination and Institutional Mechanisms. Priorities recommended. Budget for child ambassadors and parliamentarians to implement their programs. Offices on the rise of children to be located in highest office. In example, presidency and premier to be able to fulfill oversight role. They should be properly resourced. Declaration and manifesto resolutions to be integrated into departments' annual performance plans and municipalities' IDPs. An annual progress report to be shared with all parliamentarians. Portfolio Committee 2, Child's Rights and Businesses. Priorities recommended. Government and businesses to include children in decision-making and letting them participate in discussions on issues affecting them. Stricter restrictions through laws and monitoring of businesses' operations in accordance to child rights and the Children's Act. More positive and inclusive advertisements that are representative of the country's diversity and empowers all. Portfolio Committee 3, Gender. Priorities recommended. ECDs need to be guided as how young children can be educated with imposing the societal concepts of gender on them. COGTA and Contralesa need to be engaged in providing guidelines and input on legislation. More workshops and training must be made available to parents to educate them on matters such as gender equality and identify for implementation in the home. Portfolio Committee 4, Children with Disabilities. Priorities recommended. Sign language should be taught in schools. Increased awareness on disability. All government facilities should be made accessible and accommodative. Example, there should be sign language interpreters, ramps, etc. Victim support programs to be designed for children with disabilities. Allocate more funds to ensure quality and accessible education for children with disabilities. Portfolio Committee 5, Child-Friendly Communities. Priorities recommended. Coordination of children structured with resources within local government. Of child participation in all the municipal processes. Implementation of CFC must be embedded with Children's Commissioner strategy to ensure local government delivers services for children. Portfolio Committee 6, Coordination of Child Participation Framework. Priorities recommended. Educate parents on child participation. Children to be allowed to contribute to curriculum development. Develop plans and execute activities and events to accommodate children after school, over weekends and during school holidays. The approach of participation to be collaborative and not consultative. Child representatives to present children in Parliament, the National Child Care and Protection Forum, Provincial Child Care and Protection Forum, and municipal councils. Portfolio Committee 7, Education. Priorities recommended. Strengthening activism of learner representative councils to hold teachers, schools, and departments accountable. Better ways to improve the communication between schools and leadership. Quarterly compulsory reports between school, leadership, and departments. Portfolio Committee 8, Child Protection at Home, Schools, and Communities. Priorities recommended. Campaigns on children and women's issues should be separated. Increased focus on the prevention of human trafficking. Strengthening focus on prevention of child abuse and bullying. Portfolio Committee 9, Consultation on Strategy by Human Rights Commission. Priorities recommended. The 4 pillars of children's rights be upheld, that is, child survival, child welfare, child participation, and child protection. Children be enabled to freely, without hesitation, to report violations of the rights to the Children's Commissioner. Children are happy and their needs are met and rights are respected. As children, we pledge that we make sure that a children's right unit is created to respond to children's issues. We will raise awareness in our communities and schools about the role of the child's right unit and on disability. We will hold government accountable in implementing our strategies. We will advocate for the protection and upholding of the rights of children with disabilities. We will be child rights role models who also model appropriate behavior within communities. We will encourage parents of children with disabilities to take their children to school. We will organize children's workshops to address issues affecting children. We will assist the government in educating communities not to destroy facilities during service delivery protests. We will organize parenting workshops for teenage pregnant parents to be equipped with skills of taking care of their children. We will participate in community-based causes, campaigns, science and innovation expos, and take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution. We will participate in junior councils. We will share knowledge and information, discuss challenges facing South Africa, and propose measures to resolve South African problems. We will create other participation spaces at local and provincial level to provide for broader, inclusive participation by the children. We will educate and encourage children to walk in groups while going to their respective homes before and after school. We will encourage all children across the country to be able to speak and stand for themselves. Thank you.
I will now invite the Deputy Minister and the Acting Premier to come and sign the declaration and our partners, and I will be signing as the presiding officer. I call upon the Honorable Speaker of this Parliament to come and sign the declaration also. can I please request that all the presenters of today, they can give their physical copy to the scribers. Thank you. I now invite the President of the Children's Parliament to come to the podium to give a vote of thanks. Honorable President, you may come forward.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity provided. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Department of Social Development and also with its partners for making this a success, and also to thank the Deputy Minister of Social Development, the Speaker of the KZN Legislature, the MEC for Social Development in KZN, the Chairperson of KZN Legislature, the members of KZN Legislature, the caregivers, and also our previous ambassadors and the presiding office, and most importantly to say thank you to our 2019 parliamentarians and also for your good participation, and I would really appreciate if you give yourself a very warm round of applause. Our first black president, Nelson Mandela, once said, "Our children are the rock on which our future will be built. Our greatest asset as a nation. They will be leaders of our country, the creators of our nation wealth, who care for and protect for our people." I would like to touch on some few of Tata Madiba's principles. We all knew that he was a person who honored unity and also equality. And we know that those are also mentioned in our Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So allow me to touch on a few matters to say, we having children living with disabilities, it's not something that is a taboo, but it is actually a great advantage to us people to learn a lot from them, because when you find somebody who is different from you, it's a great opportunity to learn new things that you were not exposed to at first. So I would also suggest that it would be best if we have schools whereby, if we don't have schools whereby they say a school, it's a special school that accommodates special people. It will really be great if we be in the same schools, whereby we'll be able to interact and also know how to interact with people living with disabilities. As we know that the Section 9 of the Constitution code states that everybody is equal before the eyes of the law. So I think we shouldn't isolate the people living with disability, because they are as human as us, and they have a great impact in our lives, as they can teach us much and much more that we cannot learn on our day-to-day lives. So on that being said, I would love to say you're such a great people, and South Africa is in good hands with this good leadership that you have within you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President, for the vote of thanks. At this juncture, I will now call Mr. Chabalala to make announcements.
Option Inhlekani. Thank you very much. I would like to start by humbly acknowledging the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament President, and also the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament Speaker, Deputy Minister from Social Development, Speaker of the KZN Legislature, MEC for Social Development, KZN, Honorable Chair, partners, and all protocols observed. I'm just quickly going to announce what is going to happen from here. After the procession, I think everybody, honorable members, you have been told what is going to happen. We're going to be having a photo session outside the chamber, and all parliamentarians are invited. And I take it you understand, after the procession has been executed, our leadership will follow, and then will come after our leadership. So thereafter, we will be all going to lunch or having lunch. Lunch is prepared in such a way that children and caregivers will go to Albertina Sisulu building opposite the precinct of the legislature. We've got traffic officers who will be doing the escort. Officials and guests will have their lunch in the staff canteen, not far from the chamber. Our leadership will have to go back to where the political briefing was conducted this morning. We are appealing that from 2 o'clock, all the learners and their caregivers must be in the buses, because we are proceeding to the Nelson Mandela capture site and the Howick waterfalls. Remember, we announced that the host province is taking us out for an excursion. We are just crossing our fingers that we will be back before 6, because from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock we'll be in the gala dinner. Thank you very much, Speaker. So staff will say, the guests
Thank you, Mr. Chabalala, for the announcement.
Only changes.
Order.
Many apologies. I've just been advised that there are some glitches, there are challenges here and there, and please accept it in good faith. We will have to swap, because the officials and the guests, we will have to go that side of the road, but we'll be informed because there are some delays, and then the lunch that has been prepared for officials and guests will then be taken over by the children. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chabalala, for the announcement. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you, honorable members, for the 2019 Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament well concluded. I further wish to thank the Deputy Ministers of the Department of Social Development, Speaker of the KZN Legislature, MEC for the KZN Department of Social Development, and the Chairperson of the KZN Legislature, Quality Life Standing Committee, members of the KZN Legislature. Our thanks also goes to the partners of our Children's Parliament, all dignitaries, guests, senior government officials, and all other officials. The House is adjourned.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I was raising my hand, but unfortunately you didn't recognize. It's Selule Gondlovu here. I'm here to make an urgent announcement about each and every, about the submission of the speeches. I'm the one who is responsible for, so each and every person who was speaking at the podium today must submit a physical copy of their speech to me so that it can be compiled and used when we are making the official declaration. So each and everyone who delivered a speech and didn't submit it to me today, please submit a physical copy before the House. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker.
The House is adjourned.
All children parliamentarians, please go to the photo session outside before you go for lunch. Ama, no, I need extras ones. Which ones do you want? I don't have extra ones. Which one do you want? Can I have your email address?
Hello.